Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Oh, I can't believe he's gone. No!
Sean, are you okay? Who left you? The Cubs. That sucks. Oopsies.
They did. Oh, I don't
No,
wanna,
you didn't
okay,
care
I
anyway.
was fine until you piped in,
Wow.
Mr. Royals propaganda.
What do you mean Royals propaganda?
Who are always jealous of the
They
Cubs.
suck. I'm not
The-
jealous.
The Royals who are always jealous of the Cubs. I was fine until you piped in.
Well, you know what, John? Actually, to be clear, I am jealous of literally every other team except for in 2015. That's it.
Same.
I'm literally jealous of everybody else.
Same.
Anyway, this is a crossover powered by Everlevel
hi.
Concrete Repair in Omaha and Everlevel Concrete.
Hello.
.com.
I can't believe he's gone.
There you go, John. Thank you. Thank you.
Who passed?
Ozzy Osbourne.
He did.
That was a few weeks ago.
He did.
I thought we talked about that already.
Sister Jean.
We did not talk about her on Friday.
Well, I mean, for good reason, because I didn't want to put you in an uncomfortable
saw-
spot.
What, where I say R.I.P., I will miss her?
We saw you bring in the confetti poppers, and we decided it was a good
Yeah.
idea
Wrong.
not to do that.
It
that
is-
was really, really, really tough look.
So I woke up to a text message from someone who I will not name that said, "I'm sorry for your loss." Now, I had gone to bed before the Cubs game was over, and so I thought, oh no, the Cubs blew it, and this person is saying the day of work will be really hard. So I checked the score, and they won 6-0. I was like, okay, it's not the Cubs. So then I opened up Twitter, and I had many mentions, and I realized immediately what this person was referencing.
Yep.
Gone too soon. Gone too soon.
Too soon.
Why says I also sent him a DM. He did.
You don't have to get sarcastic about it.
I said gone
Josh.
too soon. What do you mean?
Too soon.
Yeah.
Stop smiling.
You're
He's
smiling.
smiling.
You're smiling.
What's
wrong
smiling?
with
Everyone
you?
big teeth you have, Mr. Peterson.
No, my beard's still here. Mm.
Yep. How we doing today?
I can't believe he's gone. I'm just practicing.
That's good.
Just practicing.
That's good. But people are gonna have to confront their emotions. Maybe.
This is a
You know
great
what?
reminder that this place just does not know how to deal with the things other
Anything.
fan bases deal with on a
Anything.
yearly basis because everyone's freaking out about everything.
But does
It'll be
I mean,
fine.
I think other fan bases kind of deal with it the same way.
I know, but-
do you think this place is that unique when it comes to stuff like
no,
that?
it's just a reminder that we just haven't had to deal with it around here. When's the last coach who left on his own accord that didn't retire? Isn't it Dana Bible?
Dana X Bible.
In the 40s? When was that?
Yeah.
well,
was,
I mean,
20s,
from a
right?
football standpoint.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Who cares
football.
about other sports?
Well, I mean,
we did
it
a
is
coaching
different.
search a couple of years ago. That was fun.
But that was a firing.
It was a
Yeah.
rightful fire.
They haven't, yes, long overdue, some would say. Gone not too soon. That
Gone
coaching-
not soon enough.
I can't believe they kept him.
Stop it, John. Stop it.
They
So,
did
yeah.
a whole coaching search. Dude. James Franklin, I don't know. He's kind of just sitting out there. So you got to go hire him.
Should Nebraska hire James Franklin?
Oh,
Yeah, straight trade.
the Nebraska fan base
Roster
right
for
now
roster.
feels a lot like you get into a first decent relationship after a long string of abusive relationships,
Mm-hmm.
and everything has felt too good to be true, and you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop,
Okay.
and people think that this is the other shoe.
Now, has
Yes,
This-
great question, Josh. Yes.
this has
Great
not
question.
been too good to be true?
No,
it's
because-
been fine.
Because like 48 hours ago, people were like, actually, you know what? This guy sucks.
thank you.
Well, hold
I'm
on, hold
saying
on, hold on.
comparatively.
No,
comparative-
this is not too good
compared
to be true.
Everything else
No.
the fan base has
Too
experienced.
good to be true is having a defensive tackle that's a Heisman candidate. That is too good to be true.
That was awesome.
That was
Now,
really
Are,
cool.
are we
times.
sure? Are we sure that folks aren't inflating a vocal minority about Matt Rhule?
It probably is.
In which
'cause-
way?
In the sense that, you know, people have gone 180 just because now he's about ready to leave. I don't
Easy.
think.
Because he's about ready to leave.
About ready to leave.
Maybe about ready to leave.
His time at Nebraska might be circling the drain.
Oh no!
But I never got the sense that Rhule was unpopular.
Oh, people
I
wanted
think-
to
I think
jump
people-
on him
I
the
think-
second something went wrong.
I got an email at 2:38 on Saturday about the play call to go for it on fourth down and not convert it again.
Well, yeah, people are always going to bitch about those things.
No, but
is
like,
that
just get him out of here now. Like,
I think that's a vocal minority.
of course it is. More people want him to be here.
Yeah,
than not,
absolutely.
But it is funny.
Hey, since you guys won't talk about this today on your show, and this is a great topic, I would like to talk more about what we were just talking about. But I just thought of this. Do you think that they actually were going for it on 4th and 4 when they brought out the offense? They ended up having to kick the field goal?
Yes.
I do, yeah. How about the fact that everyone was like, thank God for the penalty.
I know.
So now they can.
So maybe it's a penalty that the delay of game
weird.
saved their asses.
Yeah, we talked about that on the show Saturday night.
The 2.5 hour Big Red overreaction.
It was long, John.
That
Good
wasn't
job.
my control.
You were working
Listen,
with Gary.
well, yeah.
I told him, I said, I don't think that this short show
No,
during the
it
2016
happened.
postseason.
No, it happened.
I don't believe it.
No, it happened.
He is incapable of doing a
it happened.
show shorter than 2 hours and 15 minutes.
It happened.
He's
No,
really good
it
at saying it's going to be
definitely
a
happened.
short show. But
He has. I've produced a big red overreaction before where Gary wanted to get in and out pretty quick.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
2 hours and 10 minutes.
I think it might have been exactly 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's the normal time.
Yeah.
That's how long
Too
the show
good to
will
be
be.
true, some would say.
No, that's how long the show will be with Matt McMaster and yours truly on Friday night.
Good thing they got the delay game penalty.
Thank
Nice.
God for the delay.
No,
So-
I think they were definitely going for
I
it.
do too.
So who are Nebraska's options? We got Holgo, the head coach.
No.
Mike McDaniel, he could be fun.
No.
It could be fun to have Mike McDaniel as the head coach of
Dear God,
Nebraska.
Nick.
Stop saying words, Nick.
Oh,
We're going to turn off your microphone.
he's not gone
He's not
He's
gone.
not gone.
yet. He's not gone.
He might be gone. Are you ready to today say definitively whether he is gone or not gone?
Do we need to put it up on the board? Should we do that with all of our guests this week, like we do predictions before the season?
Oh my God.
Where we put everybody on the spot and say you have to predict if he will leave or not leave.
Oh, wow.
See, now why is that so bad? Why?
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm
Yeah,
not
okay.
saying it's
but
bad.
yet it does seem a little icky for some.
But by answering the question, it means you have an answer.
And then you want to be right.
Yes.
Nice. I'm happy to say what I think.
What do you think?
I think he is staying.
Wow.
I think Matt Rhule will be Nebraska's football coach in 2026.
And I think Matt Rhule is staying as a college football coach.
Too early to tell. Mike Farron. That's me. That's my line. Too early
boring.
to tell.
That's like Mitch Sherman last year when we asked for his record prediction and said, ask me after the first game.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
not allowed to say that. This is the preseason.
I think the odds are that he stays.
Odds are that he stays. Okay.
Well,
Now,
this-
Nick always picks Nebraska to lose, so you'll probably say he's going to leave.
I don't always pick Nebraska to lose.
He did on Friday.
well, depends.
Because Maryland's been pretty good.
Is Nebraska losing if he stays?
Hmm.
According to Josh's inbox, it would be a good
It's
thing.
just whatever the opposite of what everybody else thinks. So we have to figure out what everybody else thinks, and then Nick will pick the opposite. Of it.
Contrarian.
That's
Contrarian.
famously what I'll do.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, famously. Yeah, I was thinking about this the weekend because John put up this graphic that Nick is a perfect. He's no longer anymore.
Mhm.
He's
He was a
no longer
perfect 4-0 straight up. But he did tell us off the air that he thought Cincinnati was going to win. So I feel like there was an
Well, but he
asterisk
never.
there.
He made. He
I
never,
know, but
he
it
didn't make a prediction,
he
so I
should
can't
be-
count it.
I think he's 4-2 now.
I
think
couldn't
he actually
count
has
it.
the worst record amongst the show.
I couldn't count it.
I know, but we should have. Should have. Right? You thought Cincy was going to win.
I did.
Nebraska's ranked.
Yeah.
Ranked.
Wow.
They were ranked a little bit last year, too.
They were ranked
They
a little
were.
bit last year. That's true.
Wait, Nebraska's ranked.
Uh-oh.
Call our friend.
I need my music.
Which one?
I-
He's doing the logs,
Because
John.
I can hear
he
the.
has to do the logs.
There's no logs to do. The logs were put in over the weekend. I
for
need-
tomorrow. The logs for tomorrow.
I need the White Knights are happy. I need my
Oh,
White
I
Knights
don't-
music.
That's not in there anymore.
Wow.
We used it one time, one day. I thought it
You
was
took
safe.
it out of the whole
Ranked one
system.
time.
You took it out of the entire system.
Nick, some of your decision making is very
What are you?
strange.
I had to make room for billions of Matt Rhule cuts.
Mr. Clean.
That's
Mr.
a 30-second clip. We got like hour-long barter shows that played 9
But he had to
months
delete
ago.
the 5 seconds, John.
There's a 30-second bad.
Well, it was a good bit, John.
We got all these
Dun, dun,
old
dun,
drops in here that we
dun,
never
dun,
use
dun,
anymore,
dun,
but
dun, dun,
literally.
dun,
What was her name?
Because the
What was
second I get rid of
computer's
one of
name?
the old drops, suddenly one of you wants the old drop.
Exactly.
You
keep the old drop.
literally
Because
just-
I thought the White Knight thing was a one-time bit.
You thought that Husker fans white knighting was a one-time bit?
That's been happening forever.
Yeah.
That's fair. Actually, you got me. I understand.
awesome.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, sweet. Well,
Doesn't save the drop from being there, though.
It's gone.
yeah.
Meanwhile, we still have drops like all this in there. If I can find where's the mouse? I still have this in here.
The celebration!
Yeah, it's a good one.
I mean,
Keep
that concert
Nick.
that concert hasn't been here for a long
No,
time.
but keep that one.
It's a
That's
celebration.
Yeah.
What else do we got over there, John?
Oh, what about the phone bit we did last week? That was a one-time deal.
That was a good bit.
That was a one-time deal.
That's 5 seconds you could have right
what
now.
about this? They don't even run this spot anymore.
Two hot coffees.
Too hot. Remember
that
remember
could've
in
gone
Vegas?
home.
Two hot threes.
I had so many hot coffees in Vegas.
I was telling somebody recently how much fun it is to watch basketball with Happer, and I hope to do it again someday.
You can sign up for my burner text service. It's going to be popping.
Burner text service.
during
I had a
basketball
conversation with
season.
someone this weekend, and this person said they are trying to convince you to create a burner account. If you do, I will follow it. If you tell me what it is.
I should probably make it, but people would figure out it's me. I think
That's true, because they just start searching my followers.
Well, yeah, you just announced it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be kind of obvious.
Well, my original tweet on this idea was like, if you guys had a burner, you would know. You know,
Yeah,
if I had a burner, you would know.
I mean, I do get to text Happer, so I guess I can get your takes.
So my burner text service that
Yeah.
cannot be screenshotted and not be put on the
I would
internet.
never do such a
It
thing.
is illegal.
Yeah.
I will send you my burner
Mhm.
takes
Mhm.
if you sign up for my text service for $5 a month.
Perfect. I think I might do that.
Unfiltered texts from Happer at various hours of the day about various things.
That's exciting. What?
What if they mute you?
They can. That's up to them.
Like-
They still pay $5.
Like you mute all the conversation.
Mm.
I only mute the conversations that have too many likes and retweets and
Happer, I did
Comments.
this today. There was a family group chat that came upon me, and I had no
Oh, you're
idea.
talking about that. Yeah,
with
yeah.
new phone numbers,
Oh, yeah.
20 people, and it was talking about Nebraska football game days gone by,
It's so bad.
and I clicked the mute button. I was like, I don't
Can't do it anymore.
Every single
another-
group text I'm in, it's muted.
I don't need another group text about this.
Because I find it just
No offense, family.
it just frustrates me while I'm like on the air and I can't put my brain into responding to these things. So I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. People, for
Understandable.
whatever reason, decide to text me in a group text every day at
text
10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's exciting. That's when
Right.
your show starts.
Exactly when it starts.
I'm going to text you tomorrow at 10.
Don't do that.
Hey, what's up, Happer?
Don't do that. It will
How's
trigger
the
me.
show going so far?
Trigger me great.
No, I can't believe he's gone.
It's bad. It's
Is
bad.
it? I can't believe he's
I
gone. or
can't believe it.
believe he's
Oh,
gone.
where's that drop?
That's
Which
a Happer
one?
show.
I can't believe it.
That'd be a good drop. Oh, there it is.
Here they come. Oh, they're happy. They're riding off into the sunset now. They've gotten their ranking. Hey, stop dragging that Dylan for Heisman flag on the ground. You might need that next year. Just get it off the ground. It's getting dirty.
Dylan for Heisman flag.
Great bit, John. Great
That's good. That's funny. Can you imagine that bit ever disappearing?
Never.
I would hate that.
bit. What about when he's the quarterback at Penn State next year?
Because we might need it for the time when they said we never wanted Rhule anyway. We like Coach X.
Oh, that
The new
Dana
whoever
X Bible?
whoever that new guy is.
Happer, the funniest thing, I'm going to make people mad. The funniest thing would be Rhule going to Penn State, bringing along slow Dylan Raiola, and then they just have the same problem, an immobile quarterback who can't run, and Penn State fans hate his guts.
But at
It
least
would
he won't
happen.
be super duper conservative calling plays,
Mm.
going for it on fourth downs and stuff like that.
That's true.
There won't be any punting from the 35-yard line at Penn State next year.
Yikes, you don't want to punt.
They
from
loved
34.
doing that at James Franklin Town.
Ugh. And now that town is gone.
I really regret that I had zero idea that Northwestern was winning.
Wasn't that amazing? I was like, excuse me?
I
This
was
is
so
happening?
locked in on that game and
In
the
the
Oregon
Indiana,
game
yeah.
and the Oklahoma game. And I was just like, I had no room in my brain for anything else. And then I saw, some update or maybe when it flashed at the bottom of the screen, said, oh, they're losing.
Yep.
And then
See, I saw the score
click.
early, but I just was like, okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
And then, because I watched the first half with McMaster, and what did he do immediately? He put it on his phone. He's like, oh,
Cats.
yeah. He
Yeah.
got really excited. And then I went home to watch the second half, and I was like, you guys, there was 3 games that I cared about. But then I keep hearing, I'm like, okay, so I put it on the laptop, and I'm like, what on earth is happening in State College, Pennsylvania? A response, by the way. I'm guessing this is to what John just did with his fun bit. There's nothing. This is hip hop themed. There's nothing funny about any of this right now. After this season, Nebraska goes back to the laughing stock of the nation.
What is going on?
Come on.
First of all, that bit has nothing to do with Rhule and his job status.
Those are the defenders of the program, as John and I have been calling them to each other for years.
This is just about, I mean, you all wanted them ranked. Now they're ranked and you can't be happy. Sure, your coach might leave, but you're ranked.
But you're ranked.
But you're ranked.
Did you guys hear about the other possibility where Penn State could ruin our lives? So I guess Fox is trying to backtrack on taking the Ohio State Penn State game.
Yeah, tell me about the what's going on with this. Because I thought they announced before the season that's big news.
I thought they did too.
So this is from the awful announcing guy, Ben Koo. I believe
love
he's come
Ben
on your
Koo.
show before, right?
I think that had been on one time.
Koo.
I like Ben Koo.
Yeah,
Ben Koo.
he's cool with me. Anyway,
He's an Ohio State guy.
okay. So maybe he's connected in that regard.
Mm.
He was like, yeah, they need it like if Penn State
Oh my God.
read what he wrote.
So he's quoting the story, which I haven't read yet. He says, my article on a crazy scenario for Fox, they used one of their first 3 picks to get the Ohio State versus Penn State. And I'm going to add this word, weekend. Because remember, the Big Ten doesn't draft games. They draft weekends.
Correct.
A few insiders now tell me 30% chance they pick USC at Nebraska, with a higher chance if USC beats Notre Dame and Penn State loses to Iowa. Oh my gosh. Triggered. Big time triggered. Holy.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, why would anyone around here be triggered? That's 9 a.m. Pacific
Yeah,
Yeah,
Coast
but
time.
we want night game.
Yeah, we want night game.
Blackout.
See, here's where John goes, night games aren't that cool. Night games aren't that fun.
Wait,
No,
Night
it has
game-
nothing to do with that.
Big Noon
But
sucks.
but-
We don't want Big Noon. Big
Yeah,
Noon
plus-
is ass.
Yeah, plus,
You know who shows up with Big Noon, John.
yeah, you have to watch the TV.
Holy
Chicago! People want to hear from Noah Eagle.
why don't they want to hear from Gary
Todd
Danielson?
Blacklet. They want to hear from Todd Blacklet.
Why don't they want to hear from Gary?
CBS
Gary
doesn't
Danielson?
have the
That would be fine.
second pick that weekend.
that would be fine.
You keep saying this as if it is the definitive God's honest truth. Cite me your sources right now.
I'm not going to cite anything.
Cite me your
I need to
sources.
know
The
your sources.
President of the United States demanding I give over things?
Yep,
What
I
on earth
am.
is happening?
You're so assured that this is happening.
Deep Throat?
I want.
Who are you?
I want your sources.
What's your name, Deep Throat?
I mean, literally, people around the country who care deeply about these weird things have been guessing all the time who gets what pick when.
Sure.
And
Anything
you've
but
been
Big Noon.
withholding this information.
I've been telling you all season long. You just always yell at me and say, you don't know that. And then I say, okay,
Then cite me your source.
I will do no such thing.
Tell
Then you
your
don't know.
source, Josh.
Hmm.
Can't believe you won't even say your sources.
You won't tell me your sources.
It's Nick Grimm.
Nick Grimm, that guy knows TV.
He does. He always talks about TV ratings.
I used to watch a lot of TV.
Well, now it won't matter because now Fox is going to want USC and Nebraska.
Oh my gosh, that'd be the saddest.
That would be horrible.
It'd be
God.
terrible. John would love it because he's a
I would-
contrarian like Nick.
I would love it. I like 11 o'clock kicks.
I know you.
Are
do.
you okay, by
And
the way?
it's 9 o'clock Pacific time.
I don't
That
care
gives
about body
Nebraska a
clock.
better chance. You saw what they did at Illinois.
You think that'd give him better chance and a good atmosphere at night?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Absolutely. The atmosphere is going to be good no matter what,
But it'd be better if it was at night.
but I don't think it will be appreciably better compared to them having to play at 9 a.m. body clock time.
That is bad. Bad.
So there you go. Do you care more about the scene or
Yes.
the Huskers?
I love the scene, though.
If you care more about the Huskers,
ain't a
you're rooting
scene.
for Big Noon kickoff.
Scenes are, Nick, how do you feel given that you are the producer of 1620 the pregame, which would go on at 8:30 a.m.?
Well, he'll be late.
You don't get to arrive at 9:30. How do
Yeah.
you feel about that?
I got to sleep in. That's fine.
Awesome.
But would you feel better if it was, say, a night game that started at 6:30 and you'd have to show up at like 4?
I don't know, because at that point, it's kind of like if I have something work related to do that late at night, I feel like I don't have a day before that. I feel like I'm just waiting to go to that event.
Sure.
I don't
You're
like
like
that feeling.
pre-triggered in a way.
It's not really pre-triggered. It's just like I don't know if I can't. I feel like I can't do anything today. I feel like I can't do anything
And
because
now
then I have to
take
be
that
ready to get
same
there.
feeling and pretend that you work on a body clock that's 2 hours earlier.
You'd be extra.
Pretend you're
triggered.
You'd
from
be extra
California.
annoyed, like USC.
Jordan says, I don't care about 9 a.m. body clock crap. Nebraska never wins with Gus Johnson on the call. Their margin of defeat is like 300-50. It's been a rough few years.
They
with
won that
Nebraska.
Indiana basketball game. that
Well,
one time.
famously, the only games they play with Gus are the ones that are usually against like really, 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 really good teams like Indiana
Like
and Ohio
USC.
State. Oh, maybe in USC.
Like USC.
It's not like Nebraska's record at night has been much better. Remember all those great Ohio State games back in the day?
Yikes.
They played Ohio State at night in 2011, John. They won. Remember Joe Bowserman?
Yeah, that's when they had a guy named Bo.
Yeah.
A guy named Bo who never, ever, ever flirted with the idea of leaving for Penn State.
We miss you, Bo.
Maybe Bo will be the coach at Nebraska by then.
Mm. Cody says John is in a mood today. This might be an interesting grump.
No, I'm not in the
No,
mood.
John seems very normal today.
I'm very
actually.
normal today.
Yeah.
This news does not. The only way that this news affected me
Which news?
yesterday, the Rhule, Penn State, all this other
Rhule's
stuff.
leaving.
Oh my God, I can't believe he's back. Is the one person who was just so dead set on saying that Rhule, he owns his own podcast, and our university doesn't even own the podcast.
The podcast guy was incredible.
I'm like,
I love
Whoa,
the podcast guy.
John, I don't know what it is. John is, you know that line in Dumb and Dumber, like tractor beam, like John does that, but with idiots that just flock to his Twitter account. Because John usually just ignores a lot of stuff, but then occasionally a real big idiot will show up and he's like, I'm going to debate with you for the next 2 hours about this. It's so funny how it happens every time. That was an all-timer, though. And then when Karen McGee started just scrolling through
podcasts.
all of the tweets about the podcast.
it's
And it's not even from the normal perspective of, are we sure this doesn't take away from where he could better use his time? He's mad about it because Nebraska doesn't own the podcast.
He doesn't own the podcast, and it means that Matt Rhule is all about himself and blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, the conversation started because I don't even remember how it started.
Yeah, was this used as a reason
Oh,
why
I
he
put up the
wouldn't
poll.
leave?
The poll question I put up yesterday.
Yeah.
And this was a
I hope the
comment
next
made in
coach's podcast is run in-house.
exactly. And I'm like, what does this matter?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Hey, it's just Pat Kraft. Yeah. I need a list of coaching candidates. Could you first find me all the ones that do a podcast? Thank you.
Greg and Lincoln, who's back now, by the way.
I love this.
Shout out to Purdue, who does look better, even though they lost again. They're looking
look
way
like
better
a-
this year. Competent.
Yes.
Much more competent.
Yes.
But Greg and Lincoln says, Josh, when John and Jack still worked news radio on a station that aired Rush, they debated a dude on Facebook for hours. What's this story?
Were you debating on Facebook, John?
Jack would remember better. I mean, there were probably several.
Mm.
There were probably, I don't remember.
I really enjoyed Jack's takes on this whole Rhule thing, by the way. I liked a couple of his tweets yesterday.
Oh, did you?
The whole "how could you be sure" thing.
Yeah, him and I have been yelling at each other about that for a couple of days now.
Really?
See,
You've been
Jack's
angry at him
living
for
in a
that?
glass
No,
case
we
of
just been
emotion.
yelling at each
Oh,
other. Yeah.
yeah.
Just like John and I yelled at each other.
Jack's in a glass case of emotion. That's all.
It's okay.
It's easier to. Again, this is why I don't mind this conversation, because I feel like I can come at this pretty even keeled, right? I'm not emotional about it.
Same.
Yeah.
If he leaves a well. If he doesn't, cool.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change my mind.
This specter, this pending storm cloud.
Hmm.
We saw this storm system approaching a long time ago.
And now
The
it's-
day and now the storm
it's already
is
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
The-
here.
It's on
Honestly,
the outskirts of town.
the fact that they play Penn State is just awesome for everything.
Oh,
Like, that week is going to be
absolutely.
stupid crazy.
Yes,
Like especially if Nebraska keeps winning. Now, if they start losing, it will be less interesting. But if they win,
because what, at that point, what are the
Nebraska's 9-1 going into that game.
what are the Penn State folks? What are the folks in Happy Valley? What are they going to be doing at that point? Especially if especially in that scenario, if let's say if Nebraska's 9-1, that means a lot of the detractors. Because right now, I think a lot of the
it's a
detractors,
lot of detractors.
a lot of the detractors of why would Penn State even be interested in Matt Rhule always point back to he doesn't win the big games, blah 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 blah.
He will have checked the box,
but he would have checked
All
a couple
in the
of boxes. He'd be 9-1. They'd be in the playoff conversation, and then Nebraska comes rolling into town. Meanwhile, Penn State's all mopey and dragging.
We're 5-5.
Yes, we're 5-5. It feels like Joe Pa all over again without some of the problematic stuff.
And
I like how you said some.
Yeah, wait, what?
all of the problematic stuff.
Thank God.
What do you know that we don't, John?
anyway,
What are your sources, John?
but same source as Josh.
Hey,
True.
So they're going to need something, especially the students.
Mhm.
And I guarantee you there would be chants or signs or both
We love you.
that would be in that stadium saying, "Come home, Matt. Come home, Matt. Come home, Matt."
It'd be like if
Guys.
UCF came here in 2017.
And that would have been wild.
I think you're
Yeah.
all ignoring the most important source to say that Matt Rhule isn't going to go anywhere.
His wife.
Yours?
Dylan Raiola's Instagram story.
Oh my.
He
God.
posted a picture of Matt Rhule hugging him, and it says Nebraska head ball coach Padlock
Wow.
with the song "Never Lie" by a Zach Top.
I don't know what the song is.
I don't either.
I
But
know
does
what
that
I know what a padlock is.
does that sound like somebody who's
I-
going to leave to you?
I think it would have been more convincing if it would have been the White Knight song in the background.
That would have been awesome.
Here I come, coach. You're my coach. You and me together. Buds for life. Until
Penn State next year.
until I go to Miami. I didn't do it last year, but I'm doing it this year.
People are gonna hate your guts. John is gonna be, what is it, persona non grata? Is that him
You're
now?
already Mr. Blue Jay.
Yeah.
John's back to being Mr. Blue Jay again.
Mhm.
This all is right with the world. Thank God that John came around again.
Speaking of Mr. Blue Jay, Alex says if Rhule was serious about staying at Nebraska, he would have called it Happy Valley, Crappy Valley instead.
He would have.
Thank you, Cindelar.
I heard no such thing today. No such thing.
It was a weird presser.
What else is he gonna say?
I love Lamp.
What if he's
That would
like,
have been funny if you come out and said, "I love Lamp."
what if he just
he
starts,
says, "I love Penn State. I love my alma
I
mater.
love Lamp.
I love Lamp."
what if he just starts dropping weird hints like, you got to fight like a Nittany lion.
Okay, that
That would be a
One of my
little
favorite
obvious.
colors is blue.
I don't know why he's saying these things, but it'd be a little
You
fun.
know, and I think we're also missing out that
What?
this could also be. I mean, Matt Rhule could be positioning himself for something completely different.
A podcast.
The
Alabama?
the Tennessee Titans job is open.
Hey, they did fire Callahan.
Oh.
Maybe he's like, that NFL thing. I think I could do it.
Cam Ward doing his ridiculous throws.
Did you see the turnover he had yesterday? It was like a classic Brett Favre turnover.
I was looking
he went
for
to
a
throw
Cam
it and the ball
Ward
just fell.
dumbass throw. Of
Oh
the
yeah, I
week.
did see
Yeah.
that.
I
I did
didn't
see
see
that.
It was a fumble because he dropped back and
Oh,
and
I
he
did
just,
see
he just
that one.
lost it.
And I thought that
Yeah.
didn't qualify because it wasn't a throw.
Yes, correct. It's not a throw technically.
That game weirdly had much more attention paid to it in my house than it should have because we had the split screen on the
Oh, sure, 'cause you have a
out-of-market
Titans
games.
kid over or whatever.
No. We
Mr.
split
Titans.
we split screen the two other games and we had the Frisco game on the other TV.
Okay.
So we had all the
Baker
afternoon games.
Mayfield.
So good.
Rams
What?
legend Baker Mayfield
Yeah,
to you.
what a man.
Um,
That first down run was Amir Abdullah-esque on a
Incredible.
3rd and long, and then he bombed the ball the next play.
I
That's
happened to be
cool.
up in the kitchen at that point because I was getting something and I heard Christian cackling downstairs.
That is the only reaction to have to that play.
because
also sounds
Baker
like John
Mayfield is
Sutton.
our hero.
Cackling.
He's Rams legend Baker Mayfield.
He is.
Anyway,
he had that one
was
drive
fun.
that one time.
The Dolphins almost beat the Chargers yesterday, though. That was fun.
They did almost beat
Almost.
the Chargers. Yeah.
Lad McConkey had to do it to him, my boy.
Imagine
How did it? Yeah, how did
being
they get the
named
ball down
McConkey.
there? Because
They had
it
a
was
crazy
weird.
play by Lad McConkey.
Okay, so that's what happened.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Because that was on a side TV. The Rams game had just wrapped up, and I was organizing to get all of the other games on like quad boxes and stuff. And I looked over, and Herbert was getting sacked, or not sacked, but he got hit in the pocket, and he just threw the ball away, something. And I just turned away from it, and then all of a sudden, like 30 seconds later, I look over and How'd the Chargers get the ball down?
I believe Jim Harbaugh said, I will be seeing that play in my head until they pour dirt over me or something like that.
is
That
exciting.
sounds like a Jim Harbaugh quote.
But
Yes,
nobody's
that
talking
man.
about that
I get-
really cool Jalen Waddle catch.
Yeah, because they lost and nobody cares.
Yeah, but it was a cool catch.
I'm sure it was great.
Well, you know what, Nick? They can all talk
Mhm.
about it in the players only meeting that everyone will totally be on time for.
Man.
Got him.
Maybe they have their own players only meetings and they just don't invite Tua.
I mean, it's possible too.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Maybe
Well,
they
that's
don't.
why. That's because they sent the invitation to that guy instead of.
Yeah, so Tua's having
Tua
a players only
Tagovailoa.
meeting, and then there's a second players only meeting with no Tua. And people are late for
Second players
people-
only meeting is hit the Dolphins.
people are
That's
late for the
awesome.
first one, but not the second one.
Yeah,
They're very on time for the second one.
crazy, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We live in quite the world, ladies and gentlemen.
We do. But
What a weekend. Baseball.
Yeah, I have a baseball take for you.
So good.
Two baseball takes.
What a
for you.
game.
Two hot takes.
First of all, it's like wild that the one of the craziest games is now like 2 games ago.
I know.
Because like I want
It
to talk
just gets
about it,
erased.
but it's like, but there was another game
Yeah.
that has already happened now.
yeah,
you
it's
know.
over.
Also, you know, I'm ready to say I'm a Mariners fan officially. Full go. That's my team. I was watching the game.
Until it's not.
No, I'm in on the Mariners. Look, I have a hat. I couldn't believe my reaction to one of the outs that they had.
Look, I have a hat.
I was like, ah! Like I was like John while worried about Matt Rhule leaving or staying.
Which out?
I don't remember. There were so many of them. Also, as a Mariners fan, I was like, thank God they pulled Scooble. I couldn't believe they pulled him so early, but I was excited about it. I'm in. Go Mariners. Goms. I'm going to start tweeting with all the weirdos on the West Coast next season.
Until, another team catches his fancy and
No, I'm,
young Kim becomes the manager of the Padres.
no, I love. Oh,
See?
I heard it's
See?
available.
See?
what's Scott Brocious doing though, John? I do love.
He's
young
gonna
Kim.
be his third base coach.
I am excited to be a Mariners fan. Go Mariners! I can't wait to watch the game today.
Well, Mariners fans, you know who to blame. If
Wrong.
the
I've been
Blue
in on 'em
Jays
all year.
Sweep the next 4.
Nah. What happened?
I just, I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you.
Corpian says that the only reason I'm a fan is because of my BF Stibbs. And so what if that's true? They were my first favorite baseball
I
team.
can't imagine the pain that
which
he was
BF?
enduring on Friday night.
Best friend.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I am rooting for Seattle Brewers World Series. I think that'd be fun.
Why?
Oh, hell yeah. That'd be
It's
awesome.
Well, that's some classic Seattle on Seattle action. People forget the Brewers were the
Wow,
pilots.
Look at this. Look at Nick with a
He knows
not
ball.
Nick fact. Interesting.
Mhm.
That's awesome. Baseball. There you
Baseball.
go. Those are a couple baseball takes for you.
Good job.
Katie points
snuck
out
it in.
Tua can't remember if the meetings take place or not. Maybe that's he didn't see them because
See.
Yeah.
I get spanked by his
T.E.
dad.
Oh, still.
Spanked.
Yeah. Get in here.
Can you imagine?
Why weren't you out there on
Tua
defense?
has to bend over my knee. Slap.
Scramble brain to
Get the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I missed the 2022 and 2023 Miami Dolphins.
Hayden says that I'm joining Stibbs and I on the Mariners, Avalanche, Broncos, Huskers train. No, okay, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, you're going to say go Avs?
No, I'm a
Avs
Red
up?
Wings guy.
Oh,
we hate the Avs.
You're going to be just like sales guy Josh.
No, don't you put that evil on me.
He loves
Ricky
all
Bobby.
Colorado sports.
Who's
No.
Stibbs' NBA team? Is he going to have to like
Knicks.
the Lakers with you? You're a
He's a
huge Lakers.
he doesn't care.
Yeah, he does not care. He is a pretend Knicks fan.
Or the Knicks and the Lakers are going to play a Sunday night NBC game this year.
That will be awesome. I will watch that game. It'll
You're
be
not
on in
gonna
the
watch it.
background.
It'll be in February.
Creighton will probably be playing. I'll have to watch that game instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But look
that's
at you.
right. God.
All right.
There's basketball on Friday. Friday night.
You're going to miss the Nebraska. You both are going to miss the Nebraska-Minnesota game. John
Yeah.
gives me so much grief in
I
August.
won't be at the Creighton game either.
Oh, that's right. It's wedding weekend.
Yeah.
Every August, I'm like, sweet, football's back. And John's like, it's not back yet. But then
Well, it's not.
he's going to be honking on Friday. Woo, Jays fans, the sport has returned. Let's watch some dribbling. That's what he'll be doing on Friday.
I don't think I'll say that.
John, are you going to do the
exactly.
show from the jail? You should do it just
No,
for
we're-
old time's sake.
We're at Cross Strain on Friday.
That's a long drive, John. I don't think you'll
John
be able
will
to
be
get there in
leaving
time.
early.
I will be leaving early.
Jack Mitchell's going to do the last hour and 15 of the show because John will ditch us.
I'm ditching them.
Smart.
Leaving early.
You still might have to, I heard the traffic is pretty bad out there.
It is. It's
John,
bad.
yeah, maybe you should leave at 3:15.
It's bad everywhere. And
I did say, do you want me to ask Jack to
homes
fill
on
in?
this street.
I said, do you want me to ask Jack to fill in? And John said no. So
John loves doing his job.
he really does.
It's on my way. I
It
feel
is
bad.
on your
I
way.
feel bad if I'm not here, at least for part of the show. I have to be able to break down and do keys for the last map. I mean, this next game. No. Against Minnesota.
It's not the
That's
last
all.
one. There's still a few more games left this year, John. Don't worry. There's still 6 more to go.
You know, it'd be diabolical. This is just a what if. He announced he's going to Penn State after they defeat Penn State.
At the press conference?
Yes.
That would be
Wow.
that would be triggering
That
to,
would be
to
next,
many.
That would be next level.
Mm-hmm.
That would take what Trev did
Oh my
times
Ugh.
a million.
We played a really good game today, and I can't wait to be here next year to take Penn State to the next
And
level.
then he does a lion noise and leaves.
Oh, God. He ended the press conference with
Here's my new cat. Its name is Nittany.
It's like a recruit's press conference. He pulls out a different hat, takes off his Husker one, puts it on.
Man. Oh, man.
Duncan says, would Nebraska fans take a playoff win if it meant losing Rhule? So wait, who's the coach of the playoff game? Rhule? And then he leaves after the loss in the next round?
Rules the coach in waiting. So they announce him.
Hell, you might get some Nebraska fans who just take the playoff appearance. Forget about the win.
They do what Scott Frost did. They'd let him coach in the bowl game.
What if he wins a natty and they're like, crap?
This is a
You're going to
different.
need to get here.
This is a different version of the door question from the preseason.
It is a different version of the door
yeah,
question.
good question.
Would you guys be interested in any of my takes from during the game on Friday when I'm not watching it and have drinking several wines?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll comment on some Creighton basketball too.
Ooh, why not?
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to not see any of it. I want to go
Oh, you're
spoiler.
trying it.
I'm going to try spoiler free again.
Don't they put the score and everything up at the chai?
It'll be on
I mean,
there.
I mean, they
Yeah.
but
Sean
with
will have
all the
blinders
new,
on.
with
He'll have
all
a
the
big
new,
giant coach standing in front of him.
with all the new bells and whistles that they have at CHI, I
Thank
don't
God
know
for
how
Mac.
they're going to organize all of
It'll
that
be right in
stuff.
front of your face
It'll-
again.
It probably will, but
don't-
I'll try to do my
You'll
best.
have one of two giant men standing in front of you to block you out
Or
the entire game.
Kalkbrenner's back?
No, Alan Huss is the other giant man in
Nice.
town.
Pepper, what if he makes a device like Ted had in How I Met Your Mother so he didn't see the
The
Super Bowl?
sensory deprivator 3000.
Yes.
You could
Yeah.
do that.
You could Helen Keller it.
I mean,
Jeez.
I pulled it off for the Maryland game in 2023.
Some
Yeah.
respect.
The only reason I
Saying you
didn't
could
pull it off
Pretend to be her.
The
for the
Wisconsin
Wisconsin game
Because it was in overtime.
because it went to overtime,
Yeah, and we watched the end.
and we watched the end from the arena. I want to try this again. I want to see if it works.
I think it's awesome. It's a great bit.
What about for next Saturday when they're playing Northwestern?
This is so upsetting. Give us a damn time.
Guys, it's the Northwestern
I
game.
told Riss, I go,
could
yeah.
be big news.
She was like, why do you care? I was like, well, it's gonna affect me, maybe.
Guys, I just want to clear things up. I'm not going to Penn State,
Oh, Nick's
but
still doing the Rhule thing.
Northwestern needs a coach.
All right, it's time to end the crossover.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete. Repair at everlevelconcrete.com. All right. Well, and away we go
Mhm.
Fun.
on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
One of the most talkable about games Nebraska has played in recent years, and we may not even mention it.
Nebraska beat Maryland.
But it was the how.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Would you say that game was elite?
No.
It was good, though.
It was entertaining.
Fun game to watch.
It was entertaining.
It was.
Back and forth, big
In fact,
plays.
I'll argue it was
nice throws, bad
was
throws.
too entertaining because I didn't see nearly as much. Now, part of this was
You had to do the post-game show.
I'm very Texas-Oklahoma pilled.
That
so-
game sucked.
And it did, yet I found myself paying more attention to that than I did Oregon and Indiana, and I don't know why.
Now,
Because you're Red River Shootout Hill.
Now, I am,
I think
but,
that's the answer right
but
there.
it's obviously Oregon and Indiana was a more impactful game for a variety of reasons, but
For
for
sure.
some reason, I mean, it's not like I wasn't paying some attention to it. It's just with the 3 TVs, I was kind of hoping that, Nebraska, and especially when they got up 10-0,
looked
I
like they
thought,
were going to pull away.
yeah, this should be fine.
Like
And
they were
then-
going to pull away.
And then I'll pay attention to the other games. Nope.
how are you
Nope,
feeling
nope,
about
nope,
your
nope.
favorite game of the year, Iowa-Wisconsin, being so high scoring?
Oh, my gosh.
As the person who was the only one who correctly picked the over, thank you, Iowa.
Oh, my gosh. They did hit the over by
Barely.
themselves. Dude, I read a story today from one of the scribes up there. We have Husker Extra down here. Up there, there's Badger Extra. And there was a column from Jim Polzin. I don't know if we've ever Polzin.
I don't know if we've ever had Jim on the show.
Probably
but I'm
not because
familiar.
Wisconsin people are
Yeah.
notoriously bad at coming on radio shows.
Yeah.
But the tweet was all Wisconsin can do now is cherish the past. But even that's sad because it's a reminder of how far this Badgers program has fallen. And yet again, John, the parallels to Nebraska football circa 2007 are just magnified. Magnified.
Well, let's go to it because there's plenty to get to.
Mm-hmm.
The referees Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard, can't even enjoy the win for a day.
Nope.
It was less than 24 hours, and they callously let James Franklin go. Matt Rhule did address it, and in the interest of fairness and context, we're going to air the entire 7 minutes that he took questions on it. And by the way, for the record, Matt Rhule never shut off the questions. The questions just transitioned, and then they never went back to it. So
Correct.
It was basically the first 7 minutes of Q&A.
Convenient.
Convenient.
I thought our scribes did a fine job of asking the questions that were pertinent without overdoing it.
There's one question that I wish there would have been asked. One.
What's that?
What have you told your players? Because he mentioned in there that they had the meetings yesterday.
Yeah.
So I would have said, what did you tell your players?
That's good.
That's
good
all.
point.
That's the only one. Because I don't like doing the whole, here's what I would have said. It's a lot different when you're in the room and all sorts of stuff. But that's the one question that I would have liked to know. What have you told your players?
Can they keep doing this?
They keep doing this. What, Penn State?
No, Nebraska.
Oh.
Can they keep doing this?
What, win one-score games? I don't know. They lost them for years. Why can't they do it?
No. It's how they're doing it.
Okay.
Gross, ugly, disgusting,
That
nasty.
was fun. That was an exciting game.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Look forward to his takes. He was in the room today.
Mm-hmm.
Firm and soft.
Ooh, I got some takes.
I do too. The Bucks pillage. The Chiefs are back at 500, and we have a log jam in the NFC best. I'm sorry, NFC West.
Oh, I see. Just misspoke.
But listen, and I don't feel one damn bit sorry for them because I don't like them.
Here we go. You like injuries.
But my God,
I know.
The 49ers are cursed. Fred Warner.
Yeah, he was having a defensive player of the year type season.
It's like no one can stay healthy there.
Except for Adrian.
And he hasn't played yet.
I know.
Adrian's probably like, don't put me in there.
Yeah.
I'm going to get killed.
It's a curse. It's like the drummer in This Is Spinal Tap.
We do have day baseball today. The M's did take game 1 last night.
M's!
And we have the Dodgers in Milwaukee tonight.
Sorry, John.
Again, let me tell you where my emotions were. I mean, sure. Was I mad when they had first and second, nobody out, and famously didn't advance any runners? Of course.
It seems like it, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But here's where I was in the 9th inning. When it went to commercial before the top of the 9th, I went upstairs and got me a bowl of cereal.
What is that? Okay, I don't know what that means.
Well, what kind of cereal?
The wheat puffs.
Oh, that's the cereal that means you're really stressed and you're
Kicks?
like you're
No,
on pins and needles.
it
Is.
It means the exact opposite. The thought of me doing this for any other Cub playoff game ever is ridiculous.
Have you gone soft in your old age? That's
no.
It happens to a lot of
This
guys.
team beat the joy out of me this year. They beat the joy out of me. Michael Severe Monday. And yes, hit the music.
Which one?
That one. The White Knights are victorious.
I'm pumped.
The Huskers are number 25. Okay, they're still behind Cincinnati, a team that they beat, but they're number 25.
And you know who they're ahead of? Michigan, a team that beat them.
Good point.
Show some consistency, AP poll
Ride
voters.
to victory. Ride to victory. Oh, great White Knights. 402-951-1620. The Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I'm sure that you all have takes, and we'll try to carve out some time for you regarding all of the Penn State stuff. Twitter. Got Twitter polls for you.
Lots of polls.
We threw up one yesterday. There's still a couple hours left. But where's your concern level right now? Where's your concern level that the Huskers could lose their head coach to Penn State? Very concerned, a little concerned, or not concerned at all?
Wow, just 3 options.
Yeah, I just wanted 3.
Just 3 options.
Medium concerned and just I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you very concerned? Are you a little concerned, or are you not concerned at all? JTech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 and the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
We don't need to get into this terribly much, but obviously it is a part of the big story. The fact that this visual, the visual of James Franklin being on the set of College Game Day with thousands of Penn State fans all dressed in white in the background, James Franklin adorning a Penn State blue jacket with a white collared shirt next to Nick Saban, who was in the Penn State mascot costume, was less than 3 weeks ago.
It was
less than 3 weeks ago.
It was 16 days ago.
This man was 60 minutes of football. Well, I know it went to overtime, but it was 60 minutes of football away from a monumental win.
From his best win as Penn State's head coach.
And vaulting Penn State for even the most hardened doubters saying, yeah, we got to give them their flowers, man. They're probably the best team in the Big Ten, or at least they're one of the best teams in the Big Ten. They're gonna be right there.
Yeah.
That was 16 days ago.
Yeah,
16 days ago that took place.
I don't know how much you and I are going to explore the did they make the right decision firing him topic, because I know that that's been bantied around the internet, and partly because you and I were talking about it from the Nebraska Matt Rhule perspective more than anything else. But 16 days ago, 16 days ago in overtime. They had the lead in the first overtime. They needed one stop, and they would have been victorious. They would have gotten another win. They would have picked up his biggest win in 9 seasons. They would have moved on. They would have had, oh my gosh, UCLA, oh my gosh, Northwestern, all these games before Ohio State. They would have been feeling great.
I cannot think of another time where a head coach, a manager, dropped farther from grace in a shorter period of time where there was no scandal attached. No scandal.
Correct.
Yeah, they lost 3 games in a row. Sure, the last 2 were but 3 touchdown underdogs.
If that's a scandal, then
but this is unprecedented.
Correct.
And all kidding aside, all connections to the former school aside, that would there was a famous anecdote that Urban Meyer, when he was coaching at Utah, and Frank Solich got fired, allegedly said that there was no way he would take a job at a place that fires a 9-win coach. Now, I don't know if that was true or not, but that was a popular
it's been
anecdote.
this nice urban legend over the years.
Legend.
No pun intended.
A little intended.
No, I swear.
If you believe it, fine. The fact that 16 days ago, this was the visual, and now they've gone to firing him. If I were in a position, if I were in the enviable position to be a coach that Penn State might want because I have some kind of great success, that would send up enormous red flags to me.
They were in the college football playoff semifinals 9 months ago.
They were this close to playing for the title.
For the national championship.
Yeah, they were. I mean,
I have the record.
In a nip-and-tuck game with Notre Dame.
Because this is going to be in Firm and Soft later. Franklin was counting this year, 3-3 now. He was 34-8 in his previous 42 games.
Think about that record.
So if you remove the last 3 losses, he had gone 34-5 over the course of 39 games. And that guy with that record is now gone. Gone. As Laszlo said a few minutes ago in the YouTube chat, college football becoming European soccer more and more. This is the type of stuff that happens over there. You win a championship and then they throw you out the door the following season, you know? Because you're right. Like at least a few years ago with Ed Orgeron, there was stuff that happened behind the scenes, right? This didn't have any of that.
Dwayne The Rock Hudson says, that was 20 years ago, John. The game has changed. Has it changed that much?
Well, the answer is obviously yes, it has.
But again, this is unprecedented.
But that's how it's changed.
But I'm sorry. To me, that seems like a toxic environment. There's something wrong there. There's something wrong there for a coach. I mean, if he was on that much of a hot seat, I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. But we don't care about that.
No,
we only care about the aftermath and what does it mean for the home team, and more specifically, their head coach. So when we come back, we're going to play you the 7 minutes that Matt Rhule addressed it as part of his regular Monday press conference.
Okay,
and then we will react to it, and you can react to it, and we will also be introducing something new to the Grum, the Rhuletron 6900.
Nice.
By 1620 the computer.
Oh, another thing. 1620 the something.
Because this could be in our this could be in our daily conversation for a while.
Could be.
Yeah.
In the words of Yoda, will be.
16.
You will be. What?
Good point, Hokey Skur. Josh is wearing Penn State
These
colors.
are Mariners colors.
Yeah, but that...
This is Boston Marathon colors. Did
yeah.
you know
wow,
I
you know
ran?
where Boston is close to?
Penn State.
No, New York City, which is where Matt Rhule is from, and he's the current coach of Nebraska.
Current.
Nick.
What?
And still your coach, by the way.
Yeah, right now he is.
1620 the zone. We will air the Matt Rhule Q&A regarding Penn State in just a moment, but let's see if Mike is there. Mike, are you still there?
Bummer.
Mike is not there.
I would love a phone system someday where somebody hangs up and
then it disappears. You don't have to worry about it.
Tells you they hang up.
Wow,
Right.
that's such a futuristic sounding invention.
Well, the reason why I wanted to bring Mike on, according to Nick's screening, it sounded like Mike was.
Maybe Mike's calling right
Mike
back.
was one of those to basically say, if Rhule wants to leave, don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. Mike has called back because I'm just curious what your thoughts are there, Mike. Then we're going to play the Matt Rhule Q&A.
Hey, you know what? I just think that, this would be really tough on the Huskers. I guess if he's going to take the Penn State job, it's one of those things where, like, you just got to go take it because he wouldn't do any good for recruiting here. You're in the same conference. It's a team you're going to play 3 weeks from now. My concern is if the players sense that that's the direction he's going or if they know that's the direction he's going, how hard are they going to play against Minnesota? I mean, we got all these athletes out there. I know they're getting paid, but where does real commitment on telling everybody, hey, this is in 3 years, this will be a great program for a coach. And, hey, I've got a lot of young players playing. We're building for the future. I mean, where does all that just get thrown out of the door for that? So I don't see if he's very interested in that job and he does decide to take it. I don't even see how he can stay at Nebraska at all. I mean, the feelings here in Lincoln, in the state would be pretty sour. I think he's a really good coach. I think he's a good coach for us. But, if he's really looking at going there, he should say so. Because if not, the turmoil with even people going to the transfer portal, the current players, if I was him, I'd look at Rhule, taking him with me because you won't have a quarterback at Penn State. There's a lot going on here that could really set this program back. So I just want to know your thoughts.
Well, and I don't know we want to get to the audio, and thank you, Mike. Like he's not going to, whether or not he's leaving, he's not going to tell us today. He's not going to tell us tomorrow. He's not going to tell us next week. This is going to drag out a little bit, at least from two perspectives. If you think he is going to go to Penn State, we will not know that for a while. Mm-hmm. We will not know that until the end of the season, regular season.
Yeah.
If he is going to stay at Nebraska, that is something we could learn sooner via an announcement of an extension and or
a reworked contract
and more money that are, is going to get pumped into the program, and there's an agreement about that. Mm-hmm. That's how that would happen. But players aren't going to leave tomorrow because there are rumors that Matt Rhule is a candidate for Penn State. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
I would offer you right now that it's a little different today than it used to be in terms of how the locker room might think. The whole sport now is one giant free agent factory. We don't know day to day which players are going to be back on which teams next year. All it takes is one big offer or someone who's just enough disgruntled with their playing time, they could leave. And so I don't know if the specter of their head coach or any head coach in any program wanting to go has as much impact on the here and now as it used to. Just simply because the whole sport now has become transactional.
Well, yeah, but again, they can't even enter the portal right now. If it's going to show itself on the, the field in a negative capacity.
To Mike's point, it was, why would they play? Why would they?
Because everyone's on 1-year contracts, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, everyone's on 1-year contracts.
Yeah, regardless of who the head coach is. Doug Ido says, "Why is Josh so confident that he would not be announced sooner and be ready for the upcoming portal season?" Okay, look. Maybe we will enter into another new world, and that is a sitting head coach being announced for his new job in the middle of the season. At
this point, nothing would surprise me anymore.
And that's where I think you are much more pessimistic about some college sports stuff than I am. That would truly stun me. Truly stun me. He's not going to leave the program in the midst of a regular season. So why am I confident? Because it's just never happened before.
By the way, for the record, I'm not saying that Matt Rhule would do that.
No, you're saying
I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general, it would not surprise me because Because listen, coaches are seeing this too. And I guarantee you there's a lot of people in the coaching community that are like, holy crap. They let JF go after just 2 weeks after he was playing a top 5 game and everything seemed to be going his way. I just the timeline now is getting sped up faster and faster and faster and faster. So it would not surprise me.
It would, because people would be able to recruit against that coach forever. He quit on his team in the middle of the season. There's nothing you could do to ever recover from that. But people also have no shame anymore. So maybe you're right.
And again, it's
maybe
about.
Right. I've been saying that for years.
It's about NIL, man. It's about what deal can you get me, kids. I mean, especially at the top, it's not as much about who you're playing for as what are you playing for.
Well, don't just say it about kids. If you're saying a coach could leave in the middle of a season,
well, yeah, I'm just saying in general. Yeah. In general, which is why I don't believe that necessarily players are. I'm not saying they can't be. But I think generally speaking, I don't know if players are as affected by this because, and Matt Rhule even talked about it today. We're not going to air this part of the press conference, but, he basically said, hey, you think Ja'Cory Barney's not getting,
Correct,
offers for next year right now?
Yeah, exactly.
It's happening everywhere, man. It's nonstop free agency without end.
Josh says, why would Dylan Rhule post what he posted? Answer that. I would not be surprised if Matt Rhule has said something to the team to the effect of his return next year. That wouldn't shock me at all if that has happened. I know that that's been bouncing around the internet over the last 24 hours. I have heard very similar things. So that wouldn't shock me at all if he has told them, I'll be back. Now, coaches have lied before, so I'm not even going to pretend like that is, the end all be all. Nick Saban said, I'm not going to go there. And then he did, but that's why, hey, why did Dylan Rhule post that? Probably because Matt Rhule told him that he's going to be back next year. That would be my guess.
Well, here it is. This is the entire Q&A at the beginning of the press conference. We wanted to air it in its entirety so that you could get the full context of what was said. And there were things in there that were said that I think are rather important to the conversation. It's not just about Matt Rhule and Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
So here it is, and we'll be back on the other side, and we'll certainly talk about it then.
Your alma mater fired its coach Sunday, and so your name logically becomes a candidate for that role. What would you like to say about not only Coach Franklin, but the opening there and your relationship to the AD there?
Yeah, well, I love Penn State. Met my wife there. It's my alma mater. Fan since I was born. I think probably had a Penn State shirt when I was born. I love Pat Kraft. And really sad to see Coach Franklin go. When you think about what he did for my alma mater, that program was in peril, right? I mean, the players, if people remember, like the historic sanctions, you could transfer out, you could do whatever you want. Bill O'Brien comes in, stabilizes it for 2 years. James takes over a program in disarray and gives stability, excellence, and to see videos of people like yelling at his kids, and I just don't understand why in our country now coaches are villains. How hard I worked in Carolina and the things that were said to me, or how hard I work here and some of the things that are said. Our coaches work here, how hard Sat worked last year. So I'm just really sad about that part of it. And people say, well, you make a lot of money. Making a lot of money doesn't make your kids feel good when they're hearing that. Make a lot of money. It's nice to make a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but still people. So I really respect James Franklin. Troy and I are in unbelievable relationship too. And Troy and I are in constant communication about this program and where we're headed. I came here for 2 reasons. I love the community here and wanted to live here, and I love it here. And I wanted to rebuild Nebraska football. And, Troy and I understand the steps that you need to take to make us Big Ten champions and national champions. This place is elite. And I want to be a great father, and I want to be a great college football coach. And so, I'm not going to talk a lot about job openings when they come. Maybe it's been a while here, but this is what happens when you win. I've dealt with it. We've won at Temple, and I dealt with it all the time. I dealt with Baylor. I'm not going to talk about those things ever. I'm not going to talk about my contract here. I'm going to talk about the team. But I absolutely love it here. And I want us to continue to take the steps needed for us to turn this thing into a beast. And players all across the country want to come here. We have the best facilities. We have elite fans. And, I'm just looking at the future. So, but again, I love that place. I love Pat. I love James Franklin. Sad that came to an end. I wish him the absolute best, but I'm really happy here and excited to get going this week on Minnesota.
What further steps do you feel like need to be taken? You stood in front of us in March 2024 and talked about investment. I think that Nebraska's invested since then. What further steps would you like to see outside of what you can control on the field?
Yeah, I think really now when you talk about football, we have the best facilities. We have the staff. There's really not many things yet. I mean, what Trev started and Troy has been elite. I mean, Troy's, like I said, he's a thought leader. He's a difference maker, and the investment from everybody. The thing I've always said is, like, we have to be unabashed. We can't always worry about the optics of everything. Like, it's a really hard time in higher education. There's cuts, there's all these different things, but we're athletics here is a separate entity. Like, we're not taking money from the university. And so the schools that invest, Dan Lanning had a great quote. I mean, when Oklahoma State, he said, he said, we're investing to win. And that's just players, right? And so, there's, in a world of like $30 and $40 million rosters, which isn't going away, I'd like us to do the same thing. And there's sort of like hey, that's not really the Nebraska way. And I'd like it to be. I'd like to invest. I'd like to be at the front of everything. Like, weren't we one of the first teams to ever do training table? And weren't we one of the first teams to ever do like academic support? And weren't we one of the first teams to do AstroTurf, at the time Field Turf? And weren't we one of the first teams to have a jumbo board? But now, like, now we're talking about stadium, and everyone's like, didn't they build the Memorial Stadium faster than they built the Capitol? Like, we've invested. We have a history here of being at the forefront and investing. And I just don't want to stop that. I just want to be the absolute best at it. And so, but just for one thing, just as we move forward, like I said, I'm not going to talk about it very often. I'm certainly not going to talk about it like with anyone other than my wife, but Julie decides where we live. so this has been an unbelievable, her business. She loves it. It's been an unbelievable time in our lives. And I just think we can be a perennial top of the country, one of the best teams in the country. Now, I told our team, like, this is just part of winning. Like, I tell our players, like, if you're a good player, everyone should be hitting you up to go in the portal. Do you think people are calling Ja'Cory Barney right now and saying, hey, why don't you come here and play for us? Hell yeah, they are. You know what I'm saying? Because you're winning. 2 weeks ago, I walked into the team. He'll get mad at me for saying this, but I told our team 2 weeks ago, I walked into the team meeting before the Michigan State game. And College Game Day was on. It said College Game Day had Husker fans tired of Rhule, wish they had Signetti, fire. So so now all of a sudden 2 weeks later, people like me. I just, I love my players and I love the fans and I love all of this. Like, this is a great place. And I just want us to be positive about this place and where we're headed. Like, are we better than where we were? I haven't done it as fast as maybe some other people do, but we've done it better than some other people have in the last 2 years too. We're in a good place. And so I just want to keep rolling though. And that's why Troy's so elite.
With that distraction with the external media and what have you, how do you talk to the team about this? Because whatever you say or don't say, your name's going to be attached to it.
I'm their coach, and I love them, and we're rolling. That's it. Like, I'm the most with them. I'm going to be as honest as possible. So, with everything, I'm their coach. Let's rock.
Is there a level of frustration that this comes up following such a big win for you guys?
No, this is good. It's way better than when I was in Carolina and I was on the hot seat. I mean, and again, but nothing has happened. Like, people are like, nothing has happened. Like, a job's open. You just in fairness, and this is about our players. Like, this is because our players are so good. But like, you guys think when we were 5-3 my first year, do you think any schools called me then? We were 5-1 last year. Do you think anyone called me then? Yeah, this is part of the deal. Like, I'm the Huskers coach. Like, this is a great job. But next, you know what I'm saying? I'm not frustrated. Now, I'm worried about Minnesota. And so, but this is a good thing. It just hasn't happened here in a while, but it's going to happen. And it's like the people are going to want to hire Dana, and people are going to want to hire, like, they wanted to hire Tony White last year. It's just, it's all good stuff, it's all good stuff.
Do you understand why maybe it's a little bit of a different discussion when we're talking about your alma mater, played there, friends with the AD, and all that?
Yeah, 100%. Like, but I'm trying to be as respectful as possible and answer it and then get it over. Like, I'm here. I'm not a cyborg. I have 2 little girls. I have a wife. I'm worried about. Have my daughters found a volleyball club to play for? Like, I'm not just like a. when I was 20 something, like I love it here. It's awesome. It's awesome.
All right, so that was the entire, and then it went off into more team-related stuff, and they did not come back to it. We're going to take a break here, so we'll have plenty of time to discuss. Mitch Sherman will be coming up because there's a lot of things, especially in the middle of that whole Q&A that I want to get to. But he was asked there towards the end, essentially, what have you told the players?
Mm-hmm.
How does that answer jibe with what you just said a moment ago about what you believe he's told the players?
Well, it's because I don't think that was an exact what did you tell them. It was more like what are you saying? And so I think it allowed him to kind of sidestep it a little bit. But I mean, what did he say there? Let's roll.
I guess the idea of, and I the only reason I'm interrogating, I can imagine what some of the listeners are thinking. If he has already definitively said to the players in that locker room, I'm staying, why wouldn't that message have been conveyed today?
So you can use it in terms of negotiating different things. I mean, essentially the middle part of the press conference, as you mentioned, we'll talk about, is like one giant call to we need to do better in regards to the whole operation.
Stick a pin in that. We'll be back right after this. If you have thoughts, email John at 1620thezone.com, Josh 1620thezone.com. Hit us up on Twitter. If you're with us in the YouTube chat, you know where to do. 402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We'll break down a little bit of what was said there as we continue with special coverage of will he stay or will he go? Oh, and we also have to break out our newest member of the Grum.
Yes.
On 1620 The Zone. All right, so we've heard Matt Rhule. Let's cut to the chase. I think the most important section of that whole 7-minute deal was squarely in the middle. And it had to do with Sam's question regarding investment. And you heard Matt Rhule talk about all the different things that Nebraska has done as innovators. The training table, the academic support, heck, even right on down to building the stadium. Though now in hindsight, given all the things that we have to do to Memorial Stadium, I wish they would have taken the same amount of time and care to build Memorial Stadium as they did the state capitol, because it would be in a lot better shape. But that's neither here nor
there. We
there.
have to be unabashed. This was Rhule. We have to be unabashed. We can't always worry about the optics of everything. It's a really hard time in higher education. There's cuts, but athletics is a separate entity. We're not taking money from the university. In a world of $30 to $40 million rosters, which isn't going away, I'd like us to do the same thing. And they're sort of like hey, that's not really the Nebraska way. And I'd like it to be. I'd like to be at the front of everything. I mean, if that's not a call,
that's a call to action.
It very much is. It is very much a call to action from donors, from the money people involved here.
I have been saying for the last 24 hours, or thinking, I guess I haven't had the show.
I was going to say, did you do a show that I missed?
But that this will not be about money. The move of Matt Rhule to Penn State, if it happens. It won't be about money in terms of what he is getting. Because, sure, would he get a nice, healthy raise? He's already one of the top 15 paid coaches in the country. I don't think this is about that. This isn't a money move about that. But Matt Rhule is going to, as a lot of people will, and I'm not saying he's wrong for doing it. In fact, I think he's right for doing it. He's trying now to leverage the situation so that he feels that he has every opportunity to win. You can sense the frustration. And this goes back many different times he's been at the mic. But you can sense the frustration that he has in that Nebraska's not one of those. I think he described it as 10 or 11 programs at one press conference a few weeks ago. He's frustrated that Nebraska's not one of those programs who can afford the $30 and $40 million roster. And what he said there and what Josh just read again, to me, is him saying, I got everything I need here, but I don't have that. And if we are going to be one of those 10 or 11 programs who are in the conversation, who are competing at the highest level of the sport, that's what we need. And so my guess is today that one of the things that Troy Dannon is doing, and probably what the Peds are doing, is they're trying to figure out how can we make up the deficit so that we can be one of those teams. Because if anything beyond chasing your heart, if Matt Rhule leaves for Penn State, a lot of it will be he's chasing his heart. That's his alma mater. I won't shame anybody if mama comes calling, as Bear Bryant once said. Nebraska could give Rhule all of those things, but if mama calls and it hits the right note, he might be gone anyway. And that's always a possibility.
Sure.
And so I wouldn't blame him for that. But it would make it a lot harder when mama comes calling if Rhule thought he had everything he needed to compete at the highest level.
Well, and two things off of that. So first of all, I would say from the Nebraska perspective, the question then that they would have to ask themselves is, can we do this? Do we want to do this? Do we think if we do this for this guy that he can take us over the top, right? So it's a three-prong question off of the first question.
Yep.
The other thing that I've been wondering about over the last however many hours since the press conference aired is his relationship with Joey McGuire and seeing what Texas Tech has done this year and how they have overnight become they're not just a playoff contender, but I think a team that could win a game or two in the college football playoff. And he sees that and says, let's try to do the same thing. Now it's different down there because they have oil money and they have this billionaire benefactor in Cody Campbell, right? But him and Joey McGuire, for those who don't know, him and Joey McGuire are friends. He hired Joey McGuire when he was at Baylor because he was not a Texas guy. He went down there and he was his liaison with the high school coaches down there. And so he has to be looking at him and saying, wow, why can't we do that at Nebraska? And what's so funny, man, about the money conversation around here is that depending on who you talk to, there are some that are like, Nebraska's NIL is perfect in every way. You've never seen an NIL operation do so well. But seriously, like the 1890 is great. There's nothing for want with 1890. And then other people that I hear from, and I hear from these people more often, it's could be better, could definitely be better. That to me sounded like a coach who is thinking, could be better. I wish it was better. Why can't it be better? Why can't we spend that type of money? You guys always tell me how much you care about Husker football. Why can't you show me how much you care about Husker football? Why can't we be one of those?
And I think it's two-pronged. It's one, getting the money, and B, having the mindset of spending the money.
Yes.
Can't worry about the optics.
Yeah. How about that part of that quote?
Not the Nebraska way I'd like it to be, because there has been an element of,
100%.
And it's always been that way of maybe wanting to do it on the cheap or do it at a bargain basement price, which, listen, as those of us who have to, stretch our dollars these days, there is nothing wrong with that. But it's a different animal. And I think a scene like we saw in College Park over the weekend probably even brings it more home for Matt Rhule, that we have the great emotional support, but we need to be able to manifest the emotional support into more financial support, because that's where the sport is going. It's where the sport's really always been, but now it's more important than ever, because now NIL, now it's legal, right? Matt Rhule couldn't have made a statement like this 5 years ago.
Well, because there's only so many facilities you could build. There's only so many buildings you can do.
Exactly.
But this shows up on the field. If you up your spending, that means you can outbid people. That means you can compete in a different area. That means you could maybe have a second running back on the roster, or a better defensive lineman on the roster, or a better left tackle on the roster.
It's in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge deal. But I'm guessing the Marty Brown situation was probably pretty frustrating, because one of Nebraska's biggest question marks is they don't have a solid number 2 running back. And maybe Marty Brown could have been that person, but from all accounts, it seems as if Miami outspent them.
Yeah.
And Matt Rhule talked about it when it came to, hey, we got a budget, so much here, so much there. But there are those 10 or 11 teams at the top rung that don't have those constraints. And so, again, I'm not saying if Nebraska can come up with the resources and come up with the will to spend it, that will guarantee that Matt Rhule doesn't leave. Again, if mama calls and it hits the right note, it may not matter in the end. But
if you don't want to lose him,
if you want to make it an easier decision,
or you mean a harder decision?
Well, I'm saying if you don't want to make it an easier decision for Matt Rhule to consider Penn State,
there's one way to do it.
And he made it clear. I'm glad Sam asked the question. I think Rhule kind of was steering in that direction anyway, but I'm glad
Sam. It's an important question.
I'm glad Sam followed up on it, because to me, that was, of the 7 minutes, that was the biggest thing. I already knew he loved Penn State. I already knew he loved Pat Kraft.
You figured he was going to.
I already knew that he was going to say the right things about Nebraska and the support and how much his family likes it here.
Yeah,
I already knew all those things, but it was that stuff right there in the middle that said an awful lot.
Let me read a couple comments real fast. Kenneth writes on YouTube, I just think the last few years, when money has become a bigger thing than it always has been, people are finding out that Nebraska doesn't have as much as they thought they did, at least compared to the currently successful big dogs, IU not included. And I think that that's true, but I would ask a follow-up. Do they not have it, or do they, but they have to coax it out of their big donors, or is there money here, but those people have just not been wanting to spend that type of money. Like Indiana is such a unique test case. I've heard that their roster right now for football is closing in on $30 million. I think it shows when they play football. But they also have Mark Cuban, who is a grad, a billionaire, a sports fan, and I think he has been involved heavily with that. They also have convinced their donors, if football is better, it will make basketball better. Rising tides lift all boats because football is so important. So that's how they were able to kind of grab it out of them. So if there are those types of people involved with Nebraska football, you don't have to say, well, we can make basketball better. It's your football program can be great again. Like, isn't that what you want? Don't you want them to be a power again? Do they have the money? Are there those types of people that are out there?
Well, and you might be fighting an uphill battle. And we talked about this from the start of the NIL era. When a big booster donates to put their name on a building, there's permanence there. The Cook Pavilion, there's permanence there. When you're donating towards NIL and it's to bring in a starting left tackle, that could be a 1-year deal.
Correct.
And then that person's gone.
It's like the idea
and then they keep coming back and saying, we need it more. And
all you have are the memories. It's like a great meal. Some people love spending a couple $100 on a nice dinner. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Other people say, it's going to turn into poop anyway. Why am I going to do that? I could eat a steak at half the price.
Right.
Why do I want to do that?
Exactly.
So it just comes down to the type of person you are. Do you want the vanity of your name on a building, or do you want your team to win a championship?
And there might be an element culturally of the big donors at Nebraska, or people who could be big donors at Nebraska, who are like, I don't believe in this. And by the way, that doesn't mean they're wrong or right.
It's their money.
It's their money. It's their money. They do with it as they please. See, this is again where the college game lacks from where the pro game is. There are no NILs in pro football in the definition of what college NIL is. They all have salary caps and that's how they deal with it. And it's a straightforward business. Here, it's both business combined with the old way.
Sure.
And it's messier and it's more dependent on other people's money. Which was a pretty good movie, by the way.
Nice.
Other people's money. Let's take a couple of calls, and we're going to take a break here. Here's Tony first. Hi, Tony. Thanks for waiting. You're on the zone.
Thank you, guys. Hey, Scott Frost wanted me to tell you guys that coming back to your alma mater and coaching is always a good idea. No pressure. So, you guys kind of stole my thunder. A lot of us, I can't speak to all Nebraskans, but a lot of us Nebraskans generally had immigrants come here for various reasons, and we learned from our grandparents to be smart with our money. And I believe many Nebraskans have been successful because of being frugal. One of the things that was always nice about winning back in the day was that we were doing it also without being in Alabama or being Michigan, or we just didn't have that population. We didn't have that budget. We didn't even have the student resources for it. But somehow, some way, we found a way. And it made it much sweeter because when we did it with a little bit less. I just don't think you're going to be able to sell those Nebraskans who are smart about their money that they just should have endless pockets and just dump everything into the football program. I love the football program, but I believe we need to have a ceiling. And you can only
even Tony, if that means you're just not competing at that level anymore.
Yes.
Wow, that's wild.
Need to win it all.
I don't think it's wild.
To win at all costs. I can only spend so much. You brought up the point about the steak. I'm never going to order a $200 steak. I'm just not. I can't. That's not me. Now, I'm not saying there's not other people out there like that. And you've got people with much more money than I do that are like, hell yeah, throw all the money at the program. We need to win. But the problem is when you don't win, then those people get kicked off, and then they're in the ear of the athletics director, and then it becomes very toxic. That's why Texas doesn't have a ton of titles. They got all that money, but they got too many people with money who have control. So that's just my thought. I think you got to have a ceiling. After a while, then it just doesn't become worth it.
Tony, interesting point. I don't think it's wild that there are people out there that are like, I just don't want to go there.
It's not wild in that if that's not what you want to do, that's fine. Then this place needs to very much lower the expectations.
But
you cannot win it like you used to.
But hasn't part of the debate, the ongoing debate we've had around here is the expectations have changed?
They have. I'm just saying, like, then let him go.
Like, for example,
let him go.
If this conversation were being had in 1995, I think you would get I think the potential for pulling out more of that money would be there.
Because they were good.
There
was a comment a few minutes ago from a listener named Laszlo who said the return on the investment lately hasn't shown. And so it's hard right now because it really is. It's an imaginary idea of if you do this, we can go from here to here. Ohio State, for example, they pumped a ton of money into the 2024 team. But look, they were this close.
But they were already there.
Correct, because it was like, help us get over the top. And it did. Nebraska, it's not help us get over the top. It's, can you help us take like 8 steps at once? Now, again, they did it at Indiana. They were able to go from there to here, essentially overnight.
But you said it.
They
may have their sugar daddy.
They do. And Nebraska has
doesn't,
rich. They have a real rich guy, but he doesn't want to do it.
But he doesn't do that.
Yeah, Mike says beat up Warren and take the money from him.
He doesn't do that.
He doesn't, and he never will.
So, I mean, anyone who keeps begging that, man, if Warren would only see the light, he ain't going to do it.
Stop buying McDonald's every morning and help Nebraska out.
He ain't going to do it.
Yep.
Okay? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, of course. Again, it's his money. I'm just saying if collectively, if the caller is right about the majority of the fan base, then again, expectations, truly, you need to say 5-1 with a couple of ugly wins is probably the best the program can do. Because what they did in the 90s isn't possible in the era of the free money spending anymore. It's just not. You can be as good as you are, but then you know what? That coach is probably going to leave anyway. And we might see that as an example.
Doug and Nick, stay there. We'll get to you in a moment. We'll come back. More thoughts on this, and we will talk to Mitch Sherman about what he heard today from Matt Rhule on this subject on 1620 The Zone.
Everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. Another weekend, another couple of runs for yours truly, and another couple of runs where I am feeling good, and that is because of the benefits that I have had from KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. Maybe you are on the sidelines right now. Maybe you're not heading to the gym, you're not running outside, you're not riding the bike, or maybe you're just uncomfortable on a day-to-day basis. Well, have you tried out krtrelief.com? Because right now you can unlock 10% off of your first order. You can also get free shipping on orders over $15, and you can try KRT Athletic Muscle Cream, whether it is preparing your body before the workout, whether it is recovering faster after the workout. KRT Athletic Muscle Cream has helped me in each of those situations because of how the product works. It has been really good for me. It can be really good for you as well. Take advantage of the deals. Visit the website today. Again, it's krtrelief.com.
I did do the splits, not the physical splits. I'm very incapable of doing that. But the bread quarters and the meat quarters. Nebraska's got good bread.
Oh, great bread.
They got bad meat.
Not what you want.
They're the opposite of Arby's. They don't have the
Dumb
meats.
debates. Would you rather have good bread or good meat?
Good meat.
Right now, Nebraska's got good bread, bad meat.
God, good bread, though, Nick, is awesome.
I do love a good bread.
Here is Doug in Omaha.
Oh, wow. That's where we are.
Hi, Doug.
What's going on, guys? You can call me young man Doug instead of old man Doug.
What up, young man Doug?
So here's the thing with this Rhule talk. I meant my personal opinion. In all actuality, is I think he left it open-ended in his press conference to negotiate behind the scenes to get more money for him, for his staff, his NIL program. It's the right thing for him, but not the right time.
This isn't the right time for Rhule?
I don't think it's the right time for him to leave for Penn State.
How come?
Where he's at in his well, I meant he's 2-23 against top 25 teams, and they just fired Franklin, who's 15-28 at Penn State against top 25 teams. So is that a lateral move? Is that a step back? I think James Franklin is a more accomplished coach than Matt Rhule.
In college he is, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I get it. If the money's right, the money talks. I understand that, but I just think it's a right move for him, but just not the right time. Maybe if the next Penn State coach gets fired and Matt Rhule's kids are older and more independent, yeah, then he's gone. But as of right now, I think it's a moot point.
By the way, Doug, Stib says hi.
God damn.
Hey! Okay, so I think he's making the wrong argument. There was two separate arguments. Right place, wrong time, or wrong place, right time, whatever it was. Like, that's one thing. His record is, I think, why Penn State should view Matt Rhule with a bit of trepidation, but not why Matt Rhule should view the job with trepidation.
But
those are two separate things.
Here's what I would say to that. These moves often get made based on emotion and relationships more than rationality or checking resumes. Because Pat Kraft and Matt Rhule have worked together and they're friends and they get along, that means more than what Matt Rhule's record is against the top 25.
Sure. It doesn't matter for the fan base, though, and they would revolt.
I don't know if they would. Again, go back to our scenario. What if Nebraska's 9-1 headed to Happy Valley?
Yeah, then, maybe they have a win over a ranked team by
because and a lot of times these are decisions, again, when I say talk about emotion and relationships, the emotion that would be there, especially if who knows how the next few weeks are going to go as far as a Penn State search or any rumors that we hear. But sometimes people make big picture decisions based on a snap judgment. And a snap judgment of, man, that guy just came in here and kicked our tail, and look at where he's taking that program. I want some of that. Oh, and you're telling me that he likes us, and you're telling me that he's one of us, and you're telling me that he played for Coach Paterno and that he would be great in the neighborhood, and he talks really well, and he owns his own podcast, which I don't have a problem with. I'm serious, folks. We'd like to think that a lot of these big decisions are made based on, I'm looking at a resume, I'm looking at, a coach, I'm looking at facts and figures. But in a lot of ways, they're not. And that relationship and his ties to Penn State, you don't see this in a lot of other sports, but you see it in college, man.
It matters a lot in college
the
football.
The alumni ties do mean an awful lot.
But do they mean a lot for the fans with Matt Rhule? This isn't.
But can the fans be swayed very easily? Because Matt Rhule is very good. I mean, he had a lot of people eating out of the palm of his hand when he was hired here. Remember, Matt Rhule was a failed pro coach.
But
and people started lapping it up right away. And I'm not saying the Rhule hire was bad.
I'm just trying to present the other side of the argument, because a lot of the fan base reaction that I have seen from Penn State is no, thank you. He is James Franklin. but worse. And that's what he is so far at Nebraska. That's what he is so far
the
at
fans
Baylor.
aren't making this decision.
And that's why I'm asking about the donors and the alumni, because Frost was such a unique test case as an alum, as a national championship quarterback. And of course, there was all the baggage too. Like, no offense, but I mean, Matt Rhule was just some guy on the team, that him being an alum is now a part of his story, but I don't think that that's like his biggest sell, because I don't think he had a memorable career or anything.
And
like
I don't know what Pat Kraft is as a guy who can sell something.
Yeah, for sure.
But if he can go to those same boosters and say, "Man, look at this guy. Look at what we can give him."
Just wild if that's the follow up for James Franklin. Like, this is a program that's looking to get over the hump, and he would be the guy. I know. I'm just saying it'd be wild. I wouldn't like it if I was a Penn State fan.
I'm not saying Penn State will make that choice.
I wouldn't want them
but
to.
But these choices are made more. These big picture decisions are made more on emotion and relationships than you think they are.
They are.
Just look at the hire of Mike Riley.
Sure.
That was a decision made by an athletic director who wanted the exact opposite of Bo Pelini. And it really didn't have much to do with the resume.
Well, and that was a terrible hire.
It was, I know. But I'm just saying, just because a hire was terrible at this place and this place, it is possible. And so that's why the idea of, well, Matt Rhule's dismissed. No, he's not dismissed.
I don't think he's dismissed. I just don't think he's their number one. That's what I've been saying for the last week. I'd be stunned if he was.
For the last week? Did you see this coming last week?
No, but last week when he was on the hot seat. Remember last week we were like, is he going to get fired?
Yeah, but I remember talking about Matt.
I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned if he was their number one. But maybe I'm viewing this too rationally. Because, man, I think that fan base would freak the F out. Hey, we fired the guy who couldn't get us over the hump.
Oh,
Let's get the guy who also doesn't get teams over the hump.
You mean the same fan base that showed up in droves?
Hey, I'm not saying that
there's
there's
the whiteout and we're all jazzed, and now 3 weeks later we're like, get him out of here!
I'm just saying. I wouldn't want
It's
him if
not
I'm
the
a Penn
most
State
rational place on earth. I'll say that.
It certainly is not.
They don't call it.
But I think it's rational to not want Matt Rhule.
They call it Oh, I know it. Oh, I agree.
Okay.
I agree. But again, these decisions aren't always made based on rationality. Coming up next, we'll talk to Mitch Sherman. What did he hear the same thing we heard?
Interesting.
And more from the Matt Rhule press conference on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. I just realized if Rhule decides to leave, Nick's got to change the open.
Oh no!
Because there's a bit there about overrule it. You know that.
I mean, you can still make puns.
Yeah, but he won't be here anymore.
You can still make puns.
I can't believe he's gone.
Oh, stop it, John. He's still here.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who was there today at the press conference. Mitch, here, I told Josh, did I say this on the air or off the air? We had one of the most talkable about games in recent memory.
Off the air, yeah.
That was good, by the way. That finished good.
Yeah.
And we've spent no time on it today because, well, Penn State just had to come in and catch that ball out of bounds and distract all of us.
Yeah, there was a little time spent on reviewing some parts of the Maryland game. It was much different tone today than what you would have had if Penn State was just having a normal season as expected. So, these curveballs with Nebraska football tend to happen, and this is one that we've not been dealt. To have a coach potentially courted by another school mid-season or after a season, whenever it might be, is new in the stories of drama that always seem to envelop the Nebraska program.
Yeah, and Mitch, along those lines, it was, dare I say, the most anticipated Monday Matt Rhule press conference in his time at Nebraska. Sure. I saw Michael Severe wondering aloud, like, how many viewers is it going to have on YouTube? So we were all ready for it. I wonder, when you woke up this morning and you were preparing to go there, and then you actually did it match how you thought it would go in terms of tone, in terms of conversation, in terms of time spent focused, any way you want to take it? Did it fit what you were expecting it to fit in your mind?
I expected that he was going to come in with a statement. I expected not that he would read a statement, but I thought that he would be more proactive in discussing this because clearly it was the topic of the day. And one thing we know about Matt Rhule is that he always has his finger on the pulse of what people are discussing and what the narratives are around Nebraska football. He talks and addresses narratives much, much less prevalent than this one that's exploded in the last 24 hours. So I thought he might come in and make a comment about the Maryland game and the state of the team as they get ready for Minnesota, and then say something along the lines of, I want to express my feelings of sorrow for Penn State and James Franklin, and just go into addressing it right then without waiting for the question. But it doesn't matter. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It was always going to focus on that today. I fully anticipated that he would talk at length about it, which he did, and would not try to hide from the conversation. We've seen coaches act ridiculous in that moment and just say, I'm not talking about it, and get agitated when there's just no reason for that, because it's always going to come up when somebody is amid this much speculation. So as far as like what his talking points were and how he answered all the questions, no, it didn't go much different. I will say a couple of things. And, I've always been of the belief, and maybe this will change over the weeks ahead, but I've always been of the belief that if this day arose, that Penn State was looking for a coach at a time when Matt Rhule was available and desirable, that he was not going to do it, that he would pass on that opportunity. Now that may change. And first we need to know if Penn State wants him, and then we'll get to the question of whether Matt Rhule wants to go. But it was notable to me that he went as deep as he did into the conversation about what Nebraska needs to do. Like, it wasn't like he said, if you want to keep me, you're going to have to do this, but that's kind of implied there when he went as far down the rabbit hole about NIL funding as he did, and the amount of money that Nebraska should devote to its to its roster. And, he just flatly voiced his frustration that that the athletic department is operating with optics in mind when it comes to spending, even though the bottom line of the university, it does not impact the athletic spending. So that was interesting to hear him say that. And then I don't know if this was intentional or not, but some of his comments about his family and their comfort level at Nebraska, and then also mentioning, like, at a different part of the press conference, that he was disappointed to see, just from like a human level, that James Franklin, endured some his family, his kids got yelled at in the stands. He then later, 20 minutes later said, my daughters sit in the stands at Nebraska games, and that's something that you can only experience here. I feel like those are things that if it does come down to, all right, we got this decision in front of us, what are we going to do between Matt and his wife Julie, that's going to come up. Doesn't mean that he would say no. Absolutely not. Like, they might say, we're taking this job. This is too good to pass up. It's too much of an opportunity. There's only one. It's a once in a lifetime thing. They may decide that, but I thought it was interesting that both of those topics came up today.
Mitch, I want to focus on the first one because I thought that was the most interesting thing to me, because he talked about optics. He talked about, the Nebraska way hasn't been to spend money. I want to change that. I'm paraphrasing. He said it differently, but it was essentially the same thing. Is that something that can be changed in order enough to convince Matt Rhule to stay, if that is the thing that is going to determine whether or not he would leave if offered that job?
Yeah, we don't know if it's like the X factor or not. Nebraska might go out and double down on its efforts to raise money. And we're talking about NIL money here.
Yes.
Like, this has got nothing to do with rev share. Nebraska's fully funded with rev share. This is not even, I suppose you could look at it and say this is about the stadium situation, because Dannon just flat out said that the optics aren't right in this moment to proceed with the stadium renovations. I don't think Rhule's overly concerned about the stadium renovations. I think it's a much bigger, and he mentioned the $30 to $40 million roster size. So he's talking about NIL. And if that's what it comes down to, then it's up to Nebraska donors. It's up to the fundraisers at 1890. It's up to Troy Dannon to work on their behalf, on the behalf of the collective, with the collective, to go out and find money, find donors, and to lay it out like, hey, do you want to keep the coach? Because this can help make that happen. I don't know. I don't know how Rhule is going to phrase it with Dannon when they get into meetings and talk about this. If they haven't already, they probably had conversations along these lines before the Penn State thing even opened. Like that Matt was very much in favor of being more aggressive with fundraising to provide NIL opportunities for the players. And the players, by the way, and the recruits have got to love hearing that. Like, that's something that's like hidden in all of this too. If you're coming to Nebraska, or you're at Nebraska, and Nebraska's going to be working to retain you as a player, like Rhule specifically mentioned Ja'Cory Barney today, like, that's pretty nice to hear your coach out there saying, come at us with the millions of dollars so we can keep our roster together and build a better roster. I don't know, like, this has to develop over the weeks ahead. And I would imagine that Troy Dannon is going to be busy, and he's going to be making phone calls probably to people that he's already talked to in the past and say, okay, the urgency has upped because this situation is upon us. And if we want to continue this progress and move forward, the best thing that we can do is fund the NIL coffers.
Mitch, I know you don't cover Penn State, but I wonder, when this all went down yesterday and you just start thinking about it, like, how good of a job is Penn State football in the current era of the Big Ten and of college football?
Oh, it's a pretty good job. I think Penn State won 2 games in the playoff last year. Yep. Penn State has 108,000 seat stadium. Penn State is linebacker U, running back U, whatever. Great tight ends, sent quarterbacks to the NFL. It's one of the best 10 to 12 jobs in the country. Like, it's one of the best 3 jobs in the Big Ten. So there's not a lot of drawbacks to Penn State. A great athletic director. They have lots of money. The athletic department is robust and successful and in so many different areas. There's nothing I don't think at Penn State that's a barrier for winning a national championship as far as resources go. So yeah, it's one of the best jobs out there.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Do you think he is a top candidate? Because there's a lot of people that think, hey, it's going to be a hard sell to a fan base and a booster base that he's got as many problems winning big games as the guy who just replaced him. But I've also heard from on the ground that, one of the things that maybe shortened James Franklin's leash was he wasn't much of a community guy. He wasn't much of a warm and fuzzy, whereas Matt Rhule, he is of Penn State, and we've seen what he does around here. I mean, he'd run for mayor and be the head coach at the same time if you could let him, because he really ingratiates himself to the community.
Yeah, that's why I think, like, any concerns that might exist, if Kraft and the Penn State leaders had any concerns about how Matt Rhule might be received, all you have to do is look at how he's been received at the places that he's gone before in the past. He was an unknown. He was just known as this fired NFL coach when he got to Nebraska. Like, Nebraska fans hadn't taken notice of his work at Temple and Baylor, and very quickly he was able to win them over. Same thing at Baylor. Total outsider, East Coast guy. What are you doing? Hiring this coach in Texas. That was the response of so many people in that state, and immediately he goes in there and wins them over. So him being able to win over Penn State fans, sure, there would probably be some who just said, "We don't care what you got to say, Matt. Like, we know all about your smooth talking. Go out and beat Ohio State, beat Michigan, win a Big Ten championship, and don't just win 2 games in the CFP like our guy James Franklin did. Go win a national championship, and then we'll love you." But I don't think that would be the majority of Penn State fans. Like, people react on emotions and what their reaction, they react to, like, personal interactions or what they see in the media. And it would be easier for him to, I think, win over that fan base than it was for him to do the same thing at Nebraska and Baylor, and he didn't have a lot of trouble at those places.
So, Mitch,
I don't think that would hold them back from making the move.
Sorry to interrupt there, Mitch. I'm curious now, spinning it forward with this year's team. I think everyone has an opinion on if this will affect them or not. What's this going to do to the rest of the season? Knowing what you do, the relationships you have, getting a chance to talk to these guys, like, what does this do, if anything, to the rest of the season? Given it's probably going to hang over them, until the regular season is over.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's going to be that long. I don't know if it can be that long. I mean, obviously, if he's ultimately going to be the guy, then, there's not going to be an answer till the end of the regular season. So I suppose that's one scenario.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not going to be the guy, then, I think we would probably get wind of that in a few weeks. So it could go either way. It definitely could be out there, and it would probably get more ominous for Nebraska the longer that it stays unknown. At some point, yeah. I mean, it's inevitable. It's a distraction for sure. I heard a question asked on a national radio show yesterday on an NFL Sunday about whether it might be a distraction for some NFL players who heard this news about Penn State because they were worried that Penn State was going to go and try to pick off their coach, and if NFL players could potentially be distracted. It's a strange question.
Yeah.
If NFL players could potentially be distracted by it, then certainly college players could, especially when their guy is seemingly right in the crosshairs. So yeah, I mean, it's silly for me to say, oh no, I think Nebraska players will be entirely focused on the games in front of them, and this will not enter into their mindsets at all. Yeah, it's there, and that's unfortunate, but I don't think it's going to define their season, at least not at this point.
Yeah.
Again, you get to November and it's still hanging out there. I mean, could you imagine
Oh my
November
gosh.
22nd?
That week?
If if this is still going on and we don't know, and it looks like Rhule is the target, and people are waiting and wondering to see if he's going to say yes, or if it gets to that point, then that week is just going to be wild. It would be bizarre. I don't know how the Penn State fans would react to him coming into their stadium. Would they cheer for Nebraska? Like it would be wild. So
yeah.
But we're a long ways from that point.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. The first and fourth quarters versus the second and third quarters. Is this just a weird coincidence that's happened in back-to-back weeks, or could it be the start of a disturbing trend?
Well, it's not a bad trade. If you're going to win a couple quarters,
well, that's true. I mean, they did win. Yeah,
and they won both games. Yeah. No, I don't think we're going to see this like happen throughout the season. You would hope, if you're Nebraska, that the fourth quarter trend continues, because that's going to be the most important quarter to play well in Big Ten games. I don't think they're connected. I don't think that you play well in the fourth quarter at the expense of playing well in the second and third. They just have to put together full game, and there's still a lot of work to be done by this team to play a full four quarters. It has not done that in any of the four games against power conference opponents. So they're fortunate to have won 3 of those games when they've played like 2.5 good quarters in at most in those 4 games.
Yeah, Mitch, like they are right now showing why they are where they are in terms of their current place in college football, because they're very inconsistent. But when their offense, especially, and I guess you can throw the defense and special teams in there too, but man, when the offense has those good drives, in the first and fourth quarter, they look like a really good offense. And then when they don't, they look terrible. Like there seems to be like no in between right now with this group, especially on that side of the ball.
I think that's more common than people realize in high level football. I mean, I think if you watch NFL games, you see that teams aren't out there scoring 49 points a game. I mean, there's very few teams in college that look great every drive. So I just think, like, you sit down and watch Georgia play, sit down and watch Tennessee or Ohio, even Ohio State. I mean, they're probably somewhat of an outlier, but look at Oregon this last week. Teams are not just like marching up and down the field, drive after drive after drive. Like, they're committing turnovers. There's inconsistency. They're making silly mistakes. A lot of the same stuff that you see from Nebraska. So we see it up close, and we dissect every play and every drive more so with Nebraska, of course, than you do with other teams. But I think it's way more common than it is the outlier to have a team that looks like two different teams in the same game on like one side of the ball.
You haven't erased your browser bookmarks for flight trackers, have you?
Oh, John, would you stop it?
Gosh, I was getting mentioned in on social media with flights that came in from State College yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't think that they were flying into Nebraska on the day of this. No, sorry, I'm not that deep into or really deep at all.
I mean, have you seen the State College airport? I mean, it's really small.
It sucks.
There's only like one plane that leaves there every day. And,
yeah.
I mean, what
is that where you want to go, Matt Rhule? Come on.
I'm sure there was a plane that flew out of there. I like the logistics of thinking you're going to fire your coach and then be on a plane like 4 hours later to come halfway across the country to talk to. No, I mean, it doesn't happen that fast. Like, I mean, now if there's a private plane from State College to Lincoln in a month, and honestly, like, if Kraft and Rhule are going to talk, like, just pick up the phone.
Correct.
Like,
they're
they
friends.
already do that anyway. So they already talk. So they in fact, you know what? They've probably talked about this very scenario at some point, like on a hypothetical level. I think that the two of them, while we're out here debating all of this stuff about how Penn State might feel about Rhule and how Rhule might feel about Penn State, I think both of the two major players know exactly how the other one feels about each other, because Matt Rhule and Pat Kraft have stayed in touch, very close contact since their time together at Temple. And I've talked to Kraft about Rhule, not in this context, but multiple times because he, like Troy Dannon and Trev Alberts before him, is a very accessible athletic director and is happy to talk to people. I talked to Kraft about Rhule one year at Big Ten Media Days. I talked to Kraft last year about Troy Dannon. Kraft was the conduit between Dannon and Rhule that helped Rhule get comfortable with Nebraska's new AD when Chris Kaborik was in the process of hiring him from Washington. So there's a lot of crossover and a lot of communication, and they don't need planes in order to talk. They can use these devices called cell phones to make.
Well, maybe they
It's a
were
different era.
Maybe they were starting to move furniture already.
Oh, would you
Yeah,
stop
exactly.
it, John?
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, take care. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Well,
my Mariners, John. Tell the folks what's going on with them.
Well, you're the big fan. Tell me.
3-0.
How did that happen?
3-run bomb. Well, they walked 2 runners. Their pitcher, who had a really nice ALDS game too, and then they hit a home run.
They hit a home run?
The Mariners hit a home run.
Who hit a home run?
I don't
Josh?
know, but I know
who's carrying the little trident gimmick in the locker room?
Julio Rodriguez, John. Julio Rodriguez.
People call him Hoorod.
Do they? No, they don't. I'm gonna say they call
If
him
anyone would
J-Rod.
know, it would be lifelong
They call
Mariners
him-
fan Josh
They
Peters.
call him J-Rod. That was sick.
Yep, 3-0 in the first.
Not to brag.
Before 1 out was even recorded.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a natural moving off point now. Have we talked this issue? I mean, we got plenty of time to talk out this issue, don't we? The whole Matt.
Yeah. Also, I'll disagree with Mitch. I don't think we're going to know anything by the time the Penn State game rolls around, unless Nebraska is going to announce some sort of we got a huge investment coming, 1890, blah blah blah. Like,
yeah, see, that's the interesting.
get ready.
Thing is,
Like this, if you don't like this, get ready. It's going to be in your life for a little bit.
I think again, the money's not the issue when it comes to Matt Rhule. I don't think this is about a contract for Matt Rhule.
It's about the roster.
It's about having more money for the roster.
It's about fortifying the roster. I did have one other thing about this that we could get to, just like a broad reaction to the press conference, but we also don't have to because, like you said, we have lots.
We do have time because I do want to get to firm and soft.
Yep.
And
got to
a
talk
little
about the Maryland game. Nebraska beat Maryland. Did you see that?
Yeah,
you were watching the Cubs game, but they beat Maryland.
No, the Cubs game didn't start until
you were watching the Red River Shootout. They beat Maryland. Their offense went down. They got a field goal. They got the ball back.
In the fourth quarter.
I know you did because you were excited for the Red River Shootout.
No.
That's what you said.
Watching that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. Well, let's do some firm and soft because I do have some stuff related to the game on Saturday.
So do
in
I.
firm and soft.
So do I.
It's also a Michael Severe Monday. Did you know that?
Yeah, I got to send him the link.
Did you pay attention to that?
Hey, he just texted me, actually. I haven't seen what he said, but he texted me.
He's always texting. He's a texting fool.
He loves text. I can't wait to talk to him.
He's a texting fool.
I can't wait to talk to him.
And I can't wait to tell you
about
all
sorts of things.
This wonderful thing that I'm about to talk to you about, and that is the zone deal this week for Backlot Sports Bar, located inside the ACX Cinema 12. We've eaten there before.
Ooh.
They got that great Detroit-style pizza that I love, or their bone-in or boneless wings, or smash burgers. Best seat in town is waiting, and they've got the games on. And, hey, if you don't want to watch the games, you can skip on over to the theater and go to a movie.
I love movies.
Because it's located inside the ACX Cinema 12 Plus in Elkhorn, and you can listen all week to Gary and Matt for your chance to win gift vouchers. Or find out more about this week's zone deal, which is for the Backlot Sports Bar on 1620thezone.com. The Sandman is coming back. No, not Broderick Thomas. Adam Sandler. The You're My Best Friend tour is Tuesday, October 21st. That's a week from tomorrow, CHI Health Center. And I guess we have more tickets to give away.
More tickets?
That's what I'm told. Also, the Connor Happer Show. You can find out more details online, 1620zone.com. Time for a little firm and soft. Josh, I am not going to join you in the hive. I don't like hives.
Because you're an idiot.
I don't like hives because hives are bad. I mean, beehives that come to sting you. The hives that you get, like, on your skin. That's
don't want
bad.
those kind of hives, yeah.
But
say it.
I am willing to say it.
Say it. All conference.
I don't think
second best running back in the league right now, John.
I don't know about that. I haven't looked at all the running backs.
I did it today. Second best, but say what you're going to say.
Emmett Johnson is now a number 1 running back.
Thank you.
Okay, you agreed with me before.
I just didn't want to yell at you and argue. I've always been an Emmett Johnson believer.
Did you always believe he was a number 1 back? I mean, he's obviously the number 1 back on the depth chart, but did you really believe he was a number 1 back?
Thought he could be. I thought the biggest issue with him
I'm not
this
saying
year.
could be. I'm saying is.
Yes.
Because I'm saying he is.
Yeah, he certainly is.
I'm saying today he is. I have changed my tune.
Took the 200 yards of
on
all-purpose yards.
Emmett Johnson. Well, it wasn't just that.
50-yarder.
It wasn't the productivity. It was the way he did it.
He looks different
He
this
looks
year.
better. He looks different. He looks like he's got a little wiggle. He's never going to
Quicker.
be
better vision.
He's never going to be a guy that with the breakaway speed.
No, that's the one drawback that I really, if I could fix anything, not fix.
It's kind of like Kyron Williams with the Rams. Thankfully Emmett doesn't fumble as much.
Got him.
But yeah, he has changed his approach. He's gotten better. I don't know if he's going to be an all-conference back. I really don't. But he is truly a number 1 back. And I would like to see him get more than 23 touches in a game.
Could not agree with you more. My first firm was Emmett Johnson is who I thought he could be. He has developed into that player, and it has been so much fun. That play, that 50-yarder was almost the culmination of the last, calendar year as I have gotten more and more bullish on him. But it's still cool to see something like that realized. Like, he's not going to be able to do this every single game. But on a day where your quarterback throws 3 INTs, you need him to pick up the slack, and he did. Even if you remove the 50-yarder, he still had well over 100 rushing yards, which we have not been able to say.
Yeah, he was going to average 6 yards a carry.
Yeah, he's getting in the end zone now. Like he has, I think the number all-purpose, I just saw it. I think Nebraska put out a tweet a second ago. He is up to 8 total touchdowns, 650 rushing yards, 130 all-purpose yards per game. We asked the question before the year, can he be a 1,000-yard rusher? Well, he's certainly on pace for that. He's on pace to be a 1,500-yard all-purpose back. Not only is he going to do something that hasn't been done at the position since Zigbo, I mean, I think now he has definitively moved into best running back since Amir Abdullah. And low bar, sure, but I don't think a lot of people would have even agreed with that before the season. Let me go right into my first soft. Maybe it's going to be okay that the running back depth isn't as good as we would like it to be, because is he a guy, like you just said, that you can lean on a little bit more? The only reason this is soft is because that's an asinine statement, I think, on its face. Why would you want other good players? But if it causes them to rely on him, and so far, knock on wood, he has been able to deal with the rigors of that position of getting more touches every single game. Maybe it's going to be okay. I'm not willing to go all the way. I'm willing to be soft on it. But, if it results in him getting more touches, I don't see that that's going to be a problem.
I really wish I had a chart for this, but I would love to see I would love to see this. In basketball, they have plus minus, and they have plus minus for different lineups.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see whatever the football equivalent is of plus minus for when Emmett Johnson is the primary back on a drive versus when he's not. Because it feels like to me, again, this is just the theory, but it feels like to me that the hit rate for Nebraska when Emmett is the primary back for most of a drive is much better than, when he only does maybe, a play or two on a drive. So he's been really good this year.
Yes, for sure.
Firm.
Firm.
Dana needs to get Dylan on the move more often.
Yes, that's a good one.
He needs to get Dylan on the move more often. He completed 2 beautiful passes rolling out to his right. That needs to be more of the offense. It doesn't have to be every play because obviously you do cut off half the field when you do that, but it needs to be more of a threat. We haven't seen it enough. Dylan throws the ball very well on the run. He throws it well when he's rolling out. We saw the pinpoint passes. Yeah, his receivers made tremendous catches.
But that one to Lindenmeyer was a sweet throw. A sweet catch was a sweet throw.
It was a great throw.
And he was on the move.
And this needs to be more a part of the offense. The boot and waggle game. We need to see more of it.
I like that. Firm, college football season, beyond the team at the top, is as wide open as it has been in years. And I have a little data to back this up.
It's 2007.
No, I'm just saying it's wide open right now.
Okay.
Bill Connolly, his updated SP Plus rankings came out. Bud Elliott from 24/7. He said the difference between the 1st and 17th team right now is 1 score. The difference between the 1st and 17th team in 2019 was 3 scores. And you'll remember 2019 was the year LSU won with that all-time group led by Joe Burrow and company. The playoff was loaded. It was them. It was Clemson, Ohio State, and then Oklahoma, led by future Super Bowl winner Jalen Hurts, and they got run off the field. I think that we are very much looking at a world where some combo of Texas Tech and Indiana are in the Final Four of the college football playoff this season. Look, like, would 2007 type stuff be fun? Of course it would. This is the very least, it's a wide open year beyond the team at the top, because I think Ohio State has very much separated themselves to this point in time. But I think everything else kind of below them, we're still in for some more wild weeks, and I think we're in for some more for some interesting stuff in the playoff. And like, I know that some people get really annoyed with some of the states of college football, but as Kenneth writes, God bless NIL. Parodying college football is so much fun. I love this. As just a fan of interesting games, I love the NFL because you never know what you're going to see on a Sunday. We're kind of saying that about college football right now. I'm very much digging it.
Bill Connolly compared the first 8 weeks of 2019 to the first 8 weeks of this year.
Wow.
Look at that. The top 8 teams are a combined 23 points worse today than they were in 2019, and teams 9 through 25 are a combined 29 points better.
Wow.
Translation, that the gap between the number 1 and number 25 is much, much tighter.
Yep.
And it's consistent across the board, by the way. Starting with position 9 on down, the 9th through 25th place teams are all better than the 9th through 25th place teams in Bill's SP Plus this year than they were just 6 years ago.
That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible.
And the top 8 teams are worse collectively than the top 8
and
teams.
So that's why the sport's a little bit more wide open. And, you know, look, in the end, 2007, to go back to that year, what did we get? Ohio State, blue blood versus LSU, a modernish blue blood for the national championship. So for all the weird and wackiness, we still got a normal championship. In the end, will we get a normal championship game? Probably. Like, if it's Ohio State versus Miami, that's about as normal as you can get, you know, in the last 40 years collectively. But maybe we'll get some down ballot races, if you will, that are a little more interesting.
Now, I don't need to hear from you in my mentions because you people annoy me with your paranoia, but soft. The top of the SEC.
I was wondering if you were going to admit this.
Well, it was nothing to admit. It is. It's not as potent as it used to be. And, you know,
talk about wide open.
I mean, Alabama probably is the best team in the SEC. That Alabama team has a lot more flaws than even some of Nick Saban's more average Alabama teams.
Yes.
Run defense is a little suspect. They had a hard time protecting Ty Simpson in the second half, and that really put them up against the 8 ball. I mean, when they're good, but they have enough flaws, and Ole Miss has enough flaws. Georgia's got flaws. The top of the SEC is a lot softer than it ever used to be.
Agree. Soft on this firing of James Franklin being bad and terrible for the future prospects of Penn State. You and I haven't had a chance to really discuss the decision. I know you hit on it a little bit at the start of the show, and I don't know if there will be time for us, but I've seen some reaction of like, whoa, really? This fast after being in the top 5, or this fast after being in the college football playoff, et cetera, et cetera. He was, and I mentioned this earlier, 34-8 in his last 42 games, which means he entered this season 31-5, and with the 3-0 start, he reached 34-5 in his previous 39 games. But the reason that I'm not going to go all the way and say this is stupid, though I do lean that way, is that Georgia was very successful under Mark Richt. And some people were like, really? You think you can do better than this? And then they hired Kirby and they won 2 national championships. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that Penn State, I don't think there's a Kirby, that they are going to hire. First of all, they wouldn't hire a Kirby today. I don't think they're going to hire some up-and-coming coordinator. I don't think that's what's next for them. But I mean, with the resources and they're in a conference that matters, et cetera, like you can always lean back on that or hope. So I'm not firm on it. I'm soft on this being bad for them, but I do lean that way.
Firm. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? You probably didn't, because
I watched the baseball.
The Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Oh, no, well, of course I saw this.
Very, 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 very far off the map right now because they're bad.
Yeah, but not when they do goofy stuff in the stands.
This is what happened over the weekend as they were getting boat raced by Planet Houston. It started with one guy who just went and took off his shirt and started waving his towel in huge swaths of empty seats at Boone Pickens Stadium. It then started to grow as other people left their seats and came up and joined him. And it kept going, and it kept going. And eventually they basically filled an entire section with shirtless men twirling their shirts and waving Oklahoma State flags in that section. It was so much so that, coaches and players who just got thumped were moved by it. They were like, that was amazing. That was absolutely amazing.
So what are you firm or are you soft? And what are you
I'm
going to say?
firm on Oklahoma State's shirtless cheering section.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
It was incredible. In an era where people tend to create viral moments, they're more staged than anything else. This was organic and real, and had nothing to do with, hey, look at me. But it was one guy. His name was Trent Eaton. He's the one that started it. He went up to section 231 and started twirling his shirt and just kept going. And other people said, hey, that looks like fun. I'm going to go join him.
I love it.
And it became a movement.
Mark says,
good
firm on
you.
Shirtless men. Alec writes, phrasing, John.
Hey.
John is firm. Nick, take it off.
I am firm on Oklahoma State's shirtless cheering section.
I have one more, John. I am soft that Wisconsin has reached rock bottom. Did you see the quote from Mr. Luke Fickell after Saturday's loss? Reading from a story. Luke Fickell was as disheartened as I've seen him during a post-game news conference that followed the most lopsided defeat in his 32-game tenure with the Badgers. Well, Fickell said to open the session, that's as low as it can be. Does Luke not realize that they're playing Ohio State on Saturday on Big Noon kickoff, and that it can always get worse than 37-0? I am soft that Wisconsin and that Luke Fickell at Wisconsin has reached rock bottom. Yeah.
One final firm. On Alabama's week-to-week progression of making Caden Proctor the refrigerator Perry of the 21st century.
I love it.
Did
so
you
much.
see what happened over the weekend? So let me review. They go back to the Georgia game. They ran a smoke screen for an offensive tackle.
Picked up 14 yards.
Which is still my favorite of the three.
Yes. Oh, easily.
Then the following week against Vanderbilt, they ran a straight refrigerator Perry where they just handed him the ball in the backfield on 4th and short.
Mm-hmm.
On Saturday at Columbia, they put him in the Wildcat and snapped him the ball, and he gained a first down. I'm loving this.
Mm-hmm.
This is so funny.
It's awesome.
It's incredible. It reminds me of the big. It's not as pop culture right now because it's not professional football. It wasn't the Chicago Bears, but this is so much fun. I can't wait to see what's next.
I love what they do, that entire operation there with DeBoer and company. Like, they designed such fun plays and weird plays, and now they're using Proctor every single game. Brian Grubb, you're a magician.
Coming up next, let's take a quick look back at yesterday in the NFL, and then Michael Severe will join us. It was a good day.
No, it wasn't.
It was a great day.
No, it actually was. I mean, to be fair, like, the games kind of sucked for the most part.
Yeah, they all
What are you
sucked.
talking
We
about?
don't have to talk
what are you
about any of
talking
it.
about? We had 2 games end on walk-off field goals.
I think I'm kind of out on the NFL now. I'm
Yeah.
a baseball man. 3-1, by the way, after 1 inning.
Also, there's an F1 race at the same time as the Dolphins game
right,
next
now,
Sunday, and I
let's
think I might
not-
just watch the race.
Let's not be idiots, Nick.
Well, my team is winning.
I'm not
in
going to
F1.
buy Josh's reasoning until he joins you in watching F1 instead of
Okay,
NFL
I don't
football.
hate football that much.
Join me on the orange side.
I never would.
And by the way, Josh trying to shortchange Canada because he thinks of Canada as America's
I
hat.
said 3-1.
It's 3-2
What? How did they score another run?
because they did.
I missed that. Oops.
And
3-2.
Josh, I hate to tell you this. There's not a Canadian exchange rate for runs.
They don't get one fewer run?
No, they don't.
Okay.
16-20 to something.
Dang it.
Well, yesterday was an interesting day in the National Football Plus League.
Bad, crappy day.
I know it was hard for both of you guys. You lost on walk-off field goals. And my teams are now bent on driving me insane.
Yeah, you
I was mad.
Your rule of not tweeting during games is now kaput. This team has changed you.
They're frustrating.
Yeah.
They are frustrating.
You being annoyed by a millennial. Who knew?
Crazy. Brazy.
Mm-hmm.
But they did win, so I can't complain too much. But Puka Nacua, I don't know if Puka Nacua. Well, it didn't sound like the MRI was that bad, but we'll see. I don't know if he'll play against Jacksonville or not. But that obviously wasn't the biggest story. The biggest story was that Rams legend Baker Mayfield engineered the Bucs. It was a pretty funny tweet by the Bucs after the game. First victory formation of the season, given that their previous 4 wins had all been won on the last possession.
Play. Oh my gosh!
And this was the first time they could actually do a victory formation as they beat the Frisco Niners.
They're good, man.
Also did so without Ibuka, who got an injury.
They don't have anybody anymore. All the receivers keep getting hurt.
And yet they
won again. They're 5-1. You know, we just did the firm and soft, and one of the notes was the SP Plus and how it's like. I would love to see a similar stat for this year, because talk about a wide open NFL at this moment in time. Because who was the team last week? I really think the Lions are the best team in the NFL. I'm doing an imitation of myself, by the way. And then they go out there and they don't just lose. The Chiefs dominate that game, not from the jump, because the Lions had a great first drive, and then they have an illegal formation,
illegal shift
by their quarterback, and so they end up losing. So they're 4-2. The Lions are now, or the Packers rather, are now back atop the NFC North at 3-1-1. And I think, if I had to power rank today, probably go Bucks number 1, but they have won every game by like no points. They are 5-1 and their point differential is plus 14. You know, it's incredible what they were able to do. And now the 49ers, I know it makes you so sad because you're a good person and you would never root for injuries and cheer on those injuries. But wow, another injury, this time to Fred Warner. And, you know, they've been on life support literally and figuratively all season. And this is another tough one for him.
We have a new enemy, and I know you'll join me in a handshake emoji on this one.
Eberflus.
No.
Oh.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Oh. Yeah, Sam Darnold playing good football, man. Very good football.
Aaron Schatz.
Friend of the Grum.
How about this factoid? After 6 weeks, the Seahawks are the second best 4-2 team that he has ever recorded.
Wow. First of all, weird stat.
It is.
Second of all, awesome stat.
But the Rams and Lions are also in the top 10. So you got 3 4-2 teams who are recording as the best 4-2 teams since 1978.
This has been an interesting year for stats like this.
Yes. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Season, rather.
Can I, you know, we've had a couple of fun debates about a couple teams in the NFL.
Dumb debates, not fun debates.
One of them is the Colts. Can I
Tingle?
Can I sell you on the tingle is actually something you need to go see the doctor about?
It's a bad tingle?
Because, so their wins this year, Dolphins, they beat them by 25. They suck.
They do, but they did beat them by 25.
All right. Broncos, great team to beat, even though they struggled with the Jets. But also it came down to that dumb penalty. The Titans by 21. Again, a bad team. They just fired their coach. They lost to the Rams. They beat the Raiders by 34. Again, we don't apologize for wins in the NFL, but bad. And then they beat the Jacoby Brissett-led Cardinals by 4 in a game that they played with their food in all game long. Can I soft talk you into them just being fine? Can I soft talk? Like, let's see what happens when they play good teams.
I have no delusions of grandeur. You know who
their schedule's so easy.
You know who they remind me of? Sean McVay's first Rams team.
Oh, that's a good one.
That team came out of nowhere.
Took advantage of a last place
place schedule, blew out a bunch of teams early.
Lost to the good ones.
And lost a couple games to the good ones. It still won the division, made the playoffs, and that's all you need.
And lost in the first round.
And that's all you need.
That's a good comparison.
I think that's what they are.
And I would still be wrong about Daniel Jones if that exact thing happened. So take solace, Colts fans. Take solace. No, bad tingle. You're bleeding out of your... Oh, it's not good. You got to go see a doctor. Got to go see a doctor. Also, speaking of me taking L's, I'm worried that my reverse Drake May stock is not looking. It's like the people who bought the bonds for the housing crash. But if they were wrong, that's what I.
Good, but should we get that excited over beating the Saints?
No, we should not. I just am.
That
worried.
said, again,
I'm worried. He's making good plays.
The NFL this year seems, just like the college game, seems to be as strong parity-wise as ever.
Man, it'd be cool to have a defense in one of those. Wow. All the years to be really bad. This sucks. Dude, if this was like 2 years ago, Cowboys, I'd be saying they're the best team in the NFL. I'd be talking myself into everything. And instead, they're just going to waste away another good year from Dak.
It's a good thing that they do suck then.
No, it's not.
Because America doesn't need
No,
this.
they do. We're on TV all the time. Don't you want the
Yeah,
team
you're on TV all the time because you're MAGA's team.
No, because you're obsessed
You're the
with us.
scum of the earth.
Get out of my brain, John. Stop thinking about me. Stop
I
thinking
ain't
about my team. If I were
thinking about you,
Doctor
I'm
scans your
thinking
brain.
about my country. I'm thinking about our people. I'm thinking about all the folks who suffered under the yoke of great Cowboys teams.
No, that's
for
a good
35
yoke.
years.
Rain the
That
yoke
was
on my
That was a
face.
terrible yoke. that was awful. It was no good.
Doc does
And
a brain
now-
scan
and
on
now-
John.
and
It's gonna
now
be a Cowboy
finally,
star.
Finally, we have good tidings, good
I hate
things.
this. Not great joy. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
That said, the NFC least is bad.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, we talked about it on
you still-
Friday after the Eagles lost. Bad.
I still think you could win the division.
The defense is too bad, I think. The offense is awesome, but they have to score
other
every
teams
drive.
all suck.
I know, but they're not as bad. I one of my favorite Cowboys podcasters said this after the game yesterday. You know how like Jalen Hurts right now in a lot of stats is the 35th rated quarterback, even though there are only 32 starters. He's like, the Cowboys are the 39th something defense. Like that's how bad they are.
Okay, but could I sell you on the fact if you were to take the three specialties, offense, defense, special teams, that Dallas has the best offense and special teams in that division.
Definitely. Oh, well, of course.
And that
But that's
could be
how bad
enough,
the defense
and
is.
that could be enough to win that division.
But that's how bad the defense is.
But
Maybe you're right.
But it could still be
But
enough to win that division.
If you're right, you can't lose games to the Panthers. Because here's what's going to happen. They made Bryce Young look good yesterday, and you know what he's going to do next week against whomever he plays? He's going to look like a pumpkin. They benched Russell Wilson 2 weeks after he had the game of his life. Like, that's the thing, man. They make Caleb Williams look good.
But maybe it's okay if your team loses to the Panthers. Maybe that's fine.
No. See, now I'm
that's
in Nick land. I don't want to be in Nick land. I want to be in good team land.
Welcome to Nick land.
I don't want to be there. Also, are the Chiefs good?
Too early to tell.
Is it? Their offense looks like it's good again. And they have Rashee Rice coming back on Sunday. I'm worried, John. I'm worried.
Again, the Chiefs will fall victim just like everyone else. 1 week, they're the best thing going. The next week, they're not.
They really did have
I think that
dumb mistakes last week.
Now, ask me again in another month if
I will.
Kansas City is looking like the most consistent team, because right now there is no consistency in the National Football Plus League.
You know who is consistent, though, John?
Who?
Michael Severe. He consistently has great takes, great opinions. Sadly, there will not be a 16:20 the pregame. Well, there will be. It's just called Unsportsmanlike Conduct on Friday. But Michael won't be doing that show. It'll be Jack Mitchell and me for the final hour and 15 minutes as you leave the show.
That's right. Creighton basketball starts this week.
Because you're going to go there and you're going to be adding. You're going to say, 2 + 2 + 3 + 2. That's how you will. You're going to do the Damon Benning thing on your broadcast.
I still don't know what people are talking. I've never heard this.
Listen to a broadcast. Wait for Nebraska to get a touchdown, and he'll make
but
it
I'm
work.
I'm in the press box.
I'll send you the SoundCloud link for last week's game, and you can hear it.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can't believe you haven't heard this yet.
It's
no,
incredible.
I haven't. I just it's
Damon
it's,
Math is a fun bit.
It's hard for me to listen to the game when I'm in the press box. I don't want to be like Michael and have it blaring through my
telling
earpieces.
from the press box.
It's like supposed to be quiet in the press box, and Michael's jamming out to Kyle Crooks and Damon Benning.
Jamming.
Oh yeah, you should see him. He's bobbing his head.
Awesome.
3-2. Seattle.
Right? Is that a runner on third? It looks like it.
That is a runner at third with 2 outs for Mr. Springer trying to tie the game against
Mr. Rumspringer.
against Seattle.
Rumspringer.
Michael Severe Monday coming up, 1620 zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
I was just thinking back. The football viewing was good this week for me, anyway. I know you guys were upset about your NFL, but the Saturday stuff was
awesome.
Saturday was pretty good.
So I'm mad at myself for not picking Indiana, even though I believed in them.
How did we do with our investments this weekend, Michele?
Let me just tell you something about the old Kent State Flashes coming through for your boy, getting their first win over the FBS team in like 3 years.
Nice.
It was glorious. The one thing that really got me, okay, two things. One, every week I think we'll just talk about what game was fixed, but not really fixed. First of all, Auburn, Georgia. Give me a break. That was obviously fixed by the SEC. You get 11 straight penalties on one team. I mean, come on. That was ridiculous.
That's some Texas A&M Nebraska stuff, man.
They panicked. They're like, hey, somebody needs to get on the horn and fix this game because Auburn's screwing it up for everybody. And all of a sudden, flags are flying. You know that video? Actually, it was a meme, I believe, where you have the referee standing and there's all those flags all over the field.
Yep.
That's what was happening in that game. And then the other one was how the Indiana game managed to stay under 51.5. Makes zero sense how that game stays under. I mean, I know a lot of field goals, but you get a pick six interception. You get Indiana driving inside the 20 multiple times and not getting I mean, that blew my mind. I have no idea what happened in that game, how that stayed under. Don't get it. But Kent State did well. We appreciate them. Thank you very much for the Golden Flashes. Nice job by Kent State. About time they did something right.
All right, so you're torn between two countries, Mr. Penn State, living in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Curious what you thought of what Matt Rhule said today.
Well, I back what he says about we want to thank Franklin for taking over when he did, and for folks who have been Penn State fans, giving you something relevant to watch. It got really bad, the fourth or fifth year before Paterno left, got real bad. Then they bounced back, had that season where a bad call, which is kind of funny, John, out of bounds against Michigan, stopped them from being undefeated in 2005.
Yeah.
So yeah. And so you had that. And then, when Bill O'Brien came there, what he did, keeping everybody together, and that was incredible. But Franklin did a great job of making them relevant and recruiting a lot of good players. And I appreciate that. I've always had my problems with him as a game manager.
Yeah.
I've always had my problems in a way with how he kind of handled the media at times. Wasn't very good with the media. And anytime people aren't good with the media, I wonder how good they are in general with the boosters when they're not good with the media. So I kind of wonder about that. But, he did a great job. And this is the only guy in the history of football, okay, the oblong ball, to take Vanderbilt to 2 9-win seasons in a row. Okay. That just never happened ever before. Probably never. I don't know. It happened now since, I know last year they did pretty well. But anyway, doing that was incredible. And then when he did it, Penn State was great too. So I feel bad that it didn't ever work out for him because he gave me some joy as a Penn State fan. But, you can't do what he did the last 3 weeks, last 2 weeks and survive. You just can't. And it was funny part about it, like I said before, he never lost if he was a 6.5 point favorite or more. Never did. And he loses back-to-back with 47 total points or whatever. So, yeah, they had to make the decision. I don't think Rhule's going anywhere. That's when I first heard that about, I think it was the beginning of the season, the first time my friend Devin Stevens, who I now have like 22 different text messages from him about Rhule maybe leaving. I told him no. One, I didn't think Franklin was get fired, but more than that, I don't think they're going out and looking for a guy that's a rebuilder. They're going out to get a guy to win a national championship. And whoever they get has either come really close to winning a national championship or is a guy that was really, really, really productive someplace beating top 10 teams, which I don't know who's out there with that. I guess Kirk Cignetti is the best choice. As a former Penn State fan, I would take Cignetti in a heartbeat. I would take Google me in a heartbeat to be the head coach of Penn State. I'd love it.
Even though, he's only beaten one, right?
Yeah, I don't care. That dude is a winner.
No, I don't disagree.
But even
if your big hang up is winning big games, Cignetti doesn't have much of a body of work yet.
Yeah. So let's see where they go this year. I think I have them as the third best team in the country. We'll see what happens if they really are the third best team in the country. And the funny part about it is we don't even know how good Oregon is. because Oregon's big win is against Penn State. Took them double overtime to do that. How good's Penn State? I don't know.
Yeah,
so we don't know how good they are. So how
Yeah.
good is that Indiana win? I like what they're doing. You know, I at this point right now, if I was going to pick one player for the Saints to draft, it'd probably be Fernando Mendoza. I believe he can be an NFL quarterback. I like his moxie. I like the size. I like everything about him. I like the way he throws the ball, the way he can run when he has to. So I think they got a great quarterback. They got a veteran team, which is, if you compare the team that Nebraska has and the team that Indiana has, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Colored, you know, if you look at the reds for the seniors and juniors and you look at the whites, oh man, it's not even it's not even close. So it's got a veteran team. We'll see. I would take him over anybody else I've seen on the list, really, out of all the lists I've seen so far, unless you tell me I can have Urban Meyer. Can I have Urban Meyer? I'll take Urban Meyer. Can I have him? Maybe.
Do you think there's like a million different things I wanted to ask you, but I'll ask you this first.
Yeah.
Do you think that is, would he want to do it? And would Penn State want to? I mean, obviously Penn State would want to do that, right? Would he want to do that? He's younger than Kurt Signetti. He is a younger man than Kurt Signetti.
I just think the roadblock of him being at Ohio State, I don't know if he wants to coach against Ohio State.
That's a great question, and it's a possibility. One, money whip him, you know, just back up a truck, beep, 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 just dump a bunch of money on his lawn, and see how much he cares about whether or not he goes against Ohio State. Did he never play against Florida when he was coaching at Ohio State?
He never did.
No, didn't play against them.
He had gotten hired ahead of their bowl game against Florida, but he was, of course, not the head coach.
And I would say not against Ohio State. I mean,
on an annual, semi-annual basis.
On a potential annual basis where you are competing against them almost yearly.
I mean, this guy's coached at Bowling Green. He's coached at Utah. He's coached at Florida. I mean, come on. One of his stops was Ohio State. He won one national championship there.
Yeah, but when you hear him like on the pregame show,
I know.
He leans into that
guy.
Ohio State.
He's
thing.
a wee guy. He's definitely a wee guy. You hear him talk about it. He would never pick against Ohio State. I get that. Maybe he wants a challenge. Maybe he wants to get back into it. I don't know.
Or does he want an opportunity, Michael, to show like what happened in Jacksonville was a bump in the road? And I will say this, go back to what you said at the beginning of the conversation, what type of coach Rhule is and what type of coach they're looking for. Urban Meyer has always been the guy where, hey, do you want to get taken over the top? Do you want that final step? He did it. I mean, he did it as good as you can at a Bowling Green, as good as you can at a Utah, and then, of course, as good as you can at Florida and at Ohio State. You know, can he do that again?
One guy leads the 4x100. The other guy takes you home. One guy is the fourth leg. One guy is the first leg. And so,
the fourth leg.
And maybe there is the challenge. So we've seen multiple coaches go to the NFL, struggle, and then go back to college to prove themselves. Obviously, Saban's one of them, made a mistake on quarterback. But there's a lot of them that have done it. So maybe that's the case where he decides to do it because of that. I don't know. If they can't get Signetti and Urban Meyer says no, then I might look at the next best coordinator out there who I really feel good about. Offensive coordinator, that is, not defensive coordinator. And I go get him. Because, I mean, it's worked okay for Ohio State. And it's worked for other people before. So I wouldn't have a problem doing that.
And that's kind of like when we talked earlier, you know, I mentioned that I don't know if this is going to work out, but, you know, people said the same thing about Georgia. Now they hired the best defensive coordinator out there, and Kirby Smart, and look at what he has done. So, like, it can obviously work, you know.
It can.
Doesn't have to not work.
It can, but I don't know if Penn State is in a similar spot to
that Georgia was in. I mean, Georgia was better than Penn State.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they were probably more ready-made for a guy who'd never been a big-time head coach before. I almost feel like when you fire a guy like Franklin, that you've got to go out and get yourself an established, proven guy. And unfortunately, those guys are hard to come by because, you know, of the movement and how some have just aged out of the game.
Here's the thing, John. It is 4 times easier to build a dominant roster at Penn State than it is at Georgia. This is why. There's nobody up there competing with you.
Think?
Really. You go to the DMV, you still own the DMV. They still love Penn State. You can go through Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is no competition to you. You're completely through Eastern Pennsylvania. You're in New York. Syracuse is not a challenge to you. All that area is theirs when they want it. And then they can go cherry pick California. They can cherry pick Arizona. They can go to Florida. But when you're at Georgia, you're competing in your own state for Alabama going in there, for Florida going in there, for LSU going in there. It is, you can build, and you can see it. You can see James Franklin classes and the amount of players that have gone on in the NFL. You can build a really good roster there without as much competition as you have doing it in the Southeast Conference.
I don't disagree, but I just wonder if in this era, with NIL and everything else, that it might not be as easy as it is as it used to be. Just
you have
because
more money at Penn State than you have at Georgia too.
Mobile.
You have more money. I mean, you're getting more money from the Big Ten than the SEC is giving their teams, so you have more money to play with as well.
But they have more.
I would say more wealthy boosters went to Pennsylvania State University than went to old Georgia. I'm just guessing. Maybe not. Not dogging the Southerners,
but are they motivated? Right? Are they motivated boosters?
You know how I know they're motivated? They fired.
They just fired him.
Yeah. And they're willing to pay $45 million. They're motivated, John. They're motivated to win at the highest level and beat Ohio State. They're motivated for that.
I don't know if you saw this, but there was one Penn State reporter who said his sources was telling him that it was Adidas.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
That spearheaded the money to get rid of Franklin, because remember, Penn State's going to Adidas next year. And again, I don't know if I believe that or not, but
I don't know what a shoe. Why would a shoe company care? Like, they have other teams that are good.
And maybe there
Nazis aren't throwing that kind of money out.
But was it
a story about Adidas?
Yeah, wasn't there?
Adidas and Puma. It's a great story.
I thought I had read something or heard something that Franklin wasn't a huge fan of moving to Adidas.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know if that's true or not.
He was a huge fan of. He was not a huge fan of losing to Northwestern. That's what he was not a huge fan of. I don't think the Adidas stuff matters. They got the money together, so I know there's enough commitment to say we're going to win. Just like at A&M, they got the money together enough to say, hey, we are now committed to winning at the highest level. Penn State is sitting in the same spot. They're committed with 108,000 seats.
What did you think of? You mentioned earlier what Matt Rhule said about Penn State. What did you think of how he answered the questions today in general? Like, I wrote down some thoughts during it where he seemed like, of course, there was the non-denial to start, which doesn't surprise me. You know, he had the quip about his wife and how she is the one who is going to make their decisions.
By the way, great job of deflecting everything.
Blame her if I leave you. I thought that he had a different kind of way of speaking today. And look, this is like a weird time for him, right? Like, I understand it being a little odd, but I found the press conference, I don't know, again, different is the word I would use. What did you think overall?
I think that you went in with a certain idea on the press conference, and the way he talked led you here. I don't believe. Let me say this. Did you listen to Chick and Nick this week?
No, I have not yet.
Okay, so they guessed what he was going to say, and what Nick said is exactly what he said. This is all predictable. Everything he said was absolutely predictable. I think if you went into it looking for either a denial, or you went into it wanting to hear some real "I'm staying here" kind of thing, then maybe you feel the way you did, or some of the people that were in. I was reading along, watching it, reading the comments, and the majority, he's gone. I didn't hear any of that. The dude said everything he needed to say. Loves it here, likes living here. My kids can sit in the stands for the game and not feel like they're going to get yelled at like some other place that he may be. He said all of that. Yeah. He said everything he was supposed to say, in my opinion. He's going to get a raise out of this, so he's going to talk that way to not give a complete denial. He's got a businessman at the same time. He's got to get money for generations after him. So he's going to talk that way. I didn't hear anything that made me think, oh, I think he's trying to, placate the fans and not, make it sound like that he might go. I think he just talked from the heart, I thought, and said what he's supposed to say. That's how I felt. I certainly didn't feel like the people who were online, whether it be on one of the message boards I read today that they like he was gone. I thought he said everything he needed to say. And it is true. His wife does have a business here. He does have, and this is so important, he does have 2 young girls who are going to school, 7 blocks from where I am. He's got a son who is working with the program in college in his first or second semester, second year, doing that as well. All of those things tie you here. You just don't want to grab and pull your kids out of elementary school. You don't want to just make the kid that's in college, who's been there for a couple of years, maybe want to follow you to continue a career in coaching. Your wife has this business. You don't want to close down the business. I don't know. I think a lot of things are keeping him besides just the fact that it's a good place to coach.
Again, to me, the most impactful part of those 7 minutes of taking Q&A was the middle when he was basically, it sounded like he was challenging the administration, the state, boosters, the mindset boosters, that we got to have a different mindset when it comes to paying players, that, the Nebraska way of maybe being more frugal isn't the way to go, that we've been innovators in X, Y, and Z, but when it comes to this, we're not going far enough. And I think if Rhule can get anything out of this, assuming that, there's some leverage that he has here, because that would assume also that Penn State really wants him, is he really wants to see the NIL operation go to the next level. And that he dedicated half of that press conference to just talking about that, I think spoke volumes.
Yeah, and he's done it a few times now, not the first time. Did it during the offseason, talked about it during the spring. And maybe this too, don't forget, sometimes you just want to finish a job.
Yep.
He's not finished a job anywhere. He got Temple to a place where they hadn't been in a very long time, yes, and he got Baylor on the doorstep of winning the Big 12, yes, but he was never there to finish it. Now he has an opportunity to either this year or next year, with Dylan and then whoever else comes behind him, he's got an opportunity to, I know legacy sometimes gets thrown around too much, but to really establish a coaching legacy. Not just as a guy who goes and turns around something and leaves, but a guy who goes someplace, turns it around, and gets a statue built for him. So all of that is a part of, I think, why he ends up staying here. I also don't think Penn State is looking to hire Matt Rhule. No offense to him. I just don't. If he somehow this year and goes to the college football playoff and makes a run, then maybe I'm completely off base. But if they finish 9-3 in a nice New Year's Day bowl, that's not who they're looking for, I don't think.
Michael, going back to what John said about the middle portion of that, the answer where he was talking about money and almost a call to arms. How do you think that's received by people in Nebraska, the people who he's trying to talk to? Like, do you think that we will see a concerted effort to up the spending and how the roster is constructed and put together in future years?
I mean, there are limits. We do have a small population state, and even though the county that I live in, I think, has like per capita the most billionaires of any other county in the country, besides PG County in Washington, D.C. But there's a lot of rich people here, sure, but not a lot of them are necessarily sports fans and want to give money. So there is a limit. I think that Dannon, based off of the times that I've spoken with him, I think he's got a plan to really up it, and he's really into it, and he understands it. And I think that he's going to make sure the money is there to be able to get the extra player they may need. Like, they're not going to be a running back they're going to get outbid for at a position they need, or a defensive tackle going to get outbid for anymore. I think he's going to make sure that happens. But there is a limit, man. I mean, how much money is there here compared to a place like, say, Michigan, where they have, I think, one of the largest alumni bases of any college, or, just have all of the money in the world and the people to give you more money. It's never going to be that place, but I think they'll be able to. And I think that's why he keeps telling people that. That's why he keeps bringing up the fact that we need to get that to another level, So how about the fact that Nebraska over the season so far is almost 9 yards winning in starting net field position? How about that?
It's incredible.
Mrs. Fung, how about that?
Well, I was going to ask you about another stat that you like, and that is finishing drives.
Yeah.
Nebraska goes 5 for 5 in the red zone. Now, 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals. But Nebraska can live with that, can't they?
6.2 points per successful drive, John. I would say yes.
That's very good.
2.81 points per drive. You know where that puts them? That put them in the top 6 in the country. doing that. I would say yes. I would take all of those. Now you don't count all the points, right? But that the other team got, and you don't have to worry about when you're going the defensive side of it. But I thought Nebraska played as well as they could, other than really the third quarter. Because I think the second quarter it wasn't as bad as the second quarter felt 2 weeks ago.
Correct. Part of it
the
was
third-
Maryland had the ball a lot in the second quarter.
I know. So you can't really, because even the ratings, I sent that to John, their first half is so much better than their second half, even though they had a bad second quarter, this week and last week. But I look at them and I say, I thought they did everything they could have possibly done outside of maybe 3 plays. There were 3 plays that I thought that they could have been bigger plays, that touchdowns could have been scored on, right? Other than that, I thought they played a pretty good game. They ran the ball better than I thought they were going to run the ball. Even though I thought they'd run the ball early, I thought they did a really good job making sure that they kept the inside of the field against Maryland's pass defense occupied, so he couldn't abuse that as much as he's done. They made them throw it outside the numbers a lot, even though they were short throws. I thought they played a really, really good game. Now, we're not going to talk a lot about the game because of what happened with Franklin getting fired, but overall, outside of having incredible havoc numbers, again won the starting field position, again won the battle of finishing drive rate, played better in the red zone. I mean, I don't know what else they could have done to make people, and came back and did something they haven't done since 2007. The last time I saw Nebraska in a true road game win a game. So, I mean, that's pretty darn good.
Michael, we were talking about Emmett Johnson earlier. Obviously, I've been a big supporter of his, big fan of his for.
This is not true. This is not true. This is
yes,
not,
it is.
No, it hasn't. You've always known. I'm going to pull up texts.
No, I don't like this. I don't know what you're going to find.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What have you seen from him, like the nitty gritty of how he has been able to level up like he has this year? What is it about him, do you think?
Sometimes we say stuff, right? And it comes back at us, and maybe it will. But I think these first 6 games, doesn't he look a lot more like Amir Abdullah?
He's so much quicker this year, man.
But doesn't he look some of the shiftiness he's making? Now, Amir never had top end speed. He doesn't have top end speed. They're both 4.5, low 4.6 guys. That's what they are. But in terms of the way he's been picking his holes better, the way he's been kind of making guys miss, he made, 12? Did he force 12 missed tackles? I believe is. I have the number.
I don't know, but
in my notes, I have the number. But
in one play.
In one play, exactly. But it was. He reminds me more and more of Amir Abdullah. Now am I saying as good as Amir Abdullah? No. But the more I watch him, the more I'm like, okay. And he got one more year left. So maybe he even gets better. I don't know. But just watching him, the more I watch him, the more he reminds me of what Amir did well. Vision, balance, just didn't have the top end speed. Other than that, everything's good. So I don't know what got into him. Maybe it's another year getting stronger, because with strengths comes endurance too. We talk a lot about lifting weights, but the stronger you get, usually the better endurance you have as well. He made 11 tacklers miss.
Wow.
He had 79 yards after contact, and he converted 8 first downs by himself out of the 21 rushes. That's a great day for a running back.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
23 touches overall.
Yeah.
Is that a good number?
I personally, and I've said this all along, I like it to be a little lower, because I think he's going to have another 6 or 7 games in him. So I would like to be a little lower, but if they don't feel that, and Mosey had 2 nice runs too, so I don't know why don't they give him more touches, but if they feel it's got to be this much Emmett, then maybe he has to have that many. I would like it to be a little fewer though, for me, because of his size, and if he gets hurt, man, are you up the creek?
Oh my
if he
God.
gets injured.
I mean, it's almost getting to the point where he's 1A and Dylan's 1B in terms of, which guy could you least afford?
John's a Tiffy now.
I didn't say that.
But
I don't even need that.
Michael, I wish we had.
They could cut him for all I care.
I wish we had something similar to a plus minus in basketball where I could see different lineups, because it feels like to me on the drives that Emmett is the primary back, they have an amazing success rate. But when he's not the primary back or he only sees a play or two on a drive, that it goes south. I wish I had more anecdotal evidence. It just seems like when he's on the field, the drive goes well. When he's not on the field for most of the drive or any of the drive goes poorly.
Well, John, so I believe Mosey and them he didn't get his carries until the second quarter, right?
Who, Mosey?
Or did Mosey get his carries at the end of the first quarter? Do you remember? Oh, no, he got in the second quarter. He got in the second quarter. His first gain that he had of the game, it looks like was 2 yards for Mosey's first carry.
Okay.
And then they didn't have the ball.
Mosey had a run on the very first drive for 3 yards.
Okay. All right. So he was part of the first drive.
He was part of it, but I'm saying if there was a way to quantify, because Emmett obviously carried the ball in the very first 3 drives or plays of that
boom,
drive.
boom, right down the field too.
First downs,
and then unfortunately got stuffed on 4th down because they telegraphed it. They needed to get in a traditional set and then run the ball instead of telegraphing it by bunching everyone up in the middle.
I would never want. I don't want to see him get hurt or anything, but I'd love to see a whole series with Mosey or with anybody. I'd like to see a whole series and see how they do. Give them a shot.
Yeah.
They haven't done that yet, right? I mean, I guess you kind of did a little bit 2 weeks ago when I think they had 3 straight runs to the backup running backs, but I don't think that's as many as they've gotten. So why not give them a shot just to see what they can do? I'd like to see that. But at this point, maybe it's like the NFL, you just ride them until they can't roll anymore.
Yeah.
That's the NFL. That's the way they do it. And you look up and the guy's got 380 carries and next year he's going to suck.
But enjoy it this time. Michael, the line for the Minnesota game has been topic of conversation a little bit today. Nebraska was -4.5. When I saw first thing I did when I woke up yesterday was check the line, and it was Nebraska -4.5. Today I was
4.5.
FanDuel. So FanDuel, because I took a screenshot of it when I was walking Banks at 8 a.m. yesterday, and it was -4.5.
Wow, because I looked at it at 6 a.m, and it was 5.5 across the board.
Interesting.
You know how they in action they have the whole thing across the board, and it was 5.5. And then every place that I've looked where it says starting line is, but if it ever was at 4.5, people should have been killing themselves to make that bet. Because
it's
honestly,
now
8.5.
Oh, sorry. It's 9.5 now.
It's 9.5.
Yeah.
That thing I sent you just a few minutes ago, that's going up from there.
I saw it at 9.5 when the show started, and I just checked it again on FanDuel, and it is still at 9.5. And I was going to ask you what you make of that line movement, because that's a big one in terms of I haven't heard anything about injuries or something going on. I mean, it certainly could be a fade Minnesota play, given how they
laid a poor line. They laid a poor line.
Yeah,
they laid a. The line should have been, in my opinion, between 8 and 9, based off of the numbers that I have. Right, but if you look
at
SP
Plus added Nebraska by 9 points, if I remember right.
I think it was
right,
10.
and if you look at FPI, I think it's supposed to be like 11. But and that 11, I believe, is factoring in Minnesota being at home. So, but if you look at what I put for the power rankings, all the power rankings tell you that this is a mismatch. You're 56th to 21 F plus. 63 to 23 for FPI, 52nd to 19 for team rankings in terms of how it's a higher number. You're better. Minnesota 31st again for an Action Network power ranking. Everything shows you that it should be a game like that, like 9.5, 10. I don't know
so
why.
Is there a world where we're watching this on Friday and Nebraska kind of coasts that they have a nice, comfortable win?
I don't think so. I think that we know Nebraska what they are, and we know they're going to have lulls, and we know that PJ, even though they haven't run the ball much this year, we do know that he can
run it,
shorten the game, and they haven't run the ball. I mean, they're Maryland and Minnesota, the 2 schools in the Big Ten that have run the least amount this season. So you don't normally expect him to run it because they haven't run it, but I think he will. He's going to try to shorten the hell out of that game. Nebraska hasn't won up there since when?
2015. Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah. Mike Riley's
when they had the all whites on, correct?
Correct, which they're wearing again on Friday.
So
surrender.
Which they're wearing again on Friday. Yeah.
Yep.
So I just can't imagine them getting. I know they got blown out by Ohio State. I just don't. I can't imagine them going in there and blowing out Minnesota. But I think it's going to somehow
Not
stay
like
within
42
10.
to 3. Like what about like a 34-20 or
Okay.
37 to 20 type game? I guess that's not really coasting, but a comfortable win.
A game
Yeah,
where
they won like
30 formation.
Yeah.
So you're saying a game that in the fourth quarter, Minnesota would have to score at least 2 touchdowns to get back in it.
Yes.
Wow. Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. That's not what I have not picked the score yet.
That's not what I'm picking. I'm not picking that. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I was supposed to put that in about 4 hours ago, and I have not done it. But I look at him, and I just know that PJ Fleck has something for Nebraska. You know what I mean? Like he has something for them. I don't know what it is about that dude. He's always talking great about them and always talking great about their coaches and how good they are, but he always has something for them. And even though they're not dynamic anywhere across the field, they're not even good on special teams, they're average defensively. I just Nebraska would have to prove it to me that they could actually pull away from somebody and not let them get back in the game.
I can't wait for the post game when PJ pulls Dylan off and puts
whispers in his ear,
starts whispering in his ear, and people are like, "Oh my God, he's trying to coax him over." By the way, ESPN bet -7.5, open at 5.5. FanDuel -9.5. Bet MGM -8.5. So 3 different sites right now. 3 different lines: 7.5.
Shop
8.5,
around, friends.
9.5.
Shop around.
I always tell people shop around for the best line. You want to find that. I'm John. I love to see this because it tells me one or two things. What John said earlier, or Josh said earlier, where maybe somebody is hurt we don't know about, or because there's so many games and Vegas has to try to get as tight as they can. They just blew it. And I like the idea of Vegas blowing it because they don't do it very often. Did you watch the NFL at all yesterday? Did you see the way that thing kept floating around lines all the way to end of games? So many different games. They're just so good at this. And so I would love to see them screw up.
We all have bad days, right, Michael? Maybe Vegas just had a bad day.
Well, and let's face it.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Vegas just blew one.
I think the competition lends itself here too. There are so many places you can go to bet where, it just depends on, if ESPN's taking a lot more action on this game, it's going to affect this line than if it's a, you know what I'm saying? So I think some of it too can be competition where it's just like, hey, we're moving it around because I mean, the lines do react to other people's lines, but they also have to react to the handle that they're getting individually as a sports book.
Yeah. No, I'm with you too, but I was looking at some of the handles and, I see 20%, 21% when I was looking at some of the handles. So it's not crazy. Now, by the end of the week, because it is Nebraska and because it's a standalone game on a Friday night, it's going to have a huge handle. And they're going to need Minnesota for their lungs, as they say. But I don't know if I got more 8.5s than I have 9.5s.
By the way, it's not a standalone game. Miami's playing Louisville.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
That's at 6:30. Yeah, that game's at 6:30, 6 o'clock, right?
So you've got 2 Power 4 games going on opposite each other, and that Louisville-Miami game is rather interesting because that might be the last challenge.
Well,
Miami
look at the
has
number.
left.
Look at the number on that one. It opened at 6.5, and it's at 14 and 13.5 across the board.
Oh my God!
That must have been
maybe they were drunk,
doesn't it?
I don't know. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they were the Vegas folks were just drunk. They had a work party, and they're like, "Let's go put the lines together." Shouldn't we sober up first? No, we'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. No problem.
You know what's going to happen? Somehow they're still going to come out just fine.
Nebraska won't cover.
Because
Louisville.
whatever happens in whatever happens in this wonky game, it's going to go their way in like 2 other wonky games, and they're still going to come out ahead.
I believe I'm not mistaken though. The first 4 weeks of the season, they did pretty poorly, and then finally there was a week where there was a lot more up because the public bet's pretty much the favorite. And when the favorites are like they did in the NFL last year, I'm not saying they get slaughtered. They still build big buildings, but I think that they struggled a little bit. They are running a lot of commercials begging people to go to Vegas. Have you noticed that?
Oh my God, all the time. Sunday Night Football might as well be sponsored by Las Vegas.
It is constantly. They're just like, please come to Vegas.
That's because they've screwed up out there. I mean, the prices that they're charging, it's bad.
Yeah, I always hear stories about the old days where you could go get a buffet for like $5, and I've gone out to Vegas twice in the last year and a half. It never seemed cheap to me in terms of meals.
The prices have gone way up.
We would
and people are
leave.
starting to walk out.
We would leave Tuesday and take the red eye from Houston to Vegas. We would get there early in the morning. We'd stay up all day Wednesday, pretty much Thursday, get on a plane Thursday and come back. If I spent to get there more than $150 and to stay, it was crazy. I was spending like $49 to fly there on Continental, and we were probably paying like between the three of us $20 each for the hotel room. That's how it used to be. And eating was nothing. It was basically free. And now they're trying to crush you.
Yeah.
People aren't going anymore.
Sad.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
All right, that's Michael Severe. Of course, you can catch him on Big Red Rap on ETV. All right, I still like to call it. I still like to call it ETV.
Now
man.
you're going way old school.
I know,
You're going older than me. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's Nebraska
so
Public
easy.
Media. Nebraska Public Media. We have a first-time guest this week. First time.
John, you're finally going on?
No.
Did Michael finally ask you?
No.
John,
no.
you've never been on Big Red Wrap Up?
Nope, never.
This show, neither of
All
us
the
have-
time where your buddy, your friend was hosting it, you never got on?
Nope.
That's crazy to think about. No,
Nope.
it is Lauren Michelson is going to be the guest.
Oh, nice.
From
Yep.
KETV Newswatch 7.
Exactly, and she made the
Here,
trip
I
to
thought
Maryland.
you were going to say James Franklin.
He's never been on.
He's available.
He's available.
And he would be.
Imagine
He probably would be
imagine all
good.
the fun questions you could ask him. Hey, James, what would you do differently if you were at Nebraska?
What would you have done differently at Penn State? That's my question.
Yeah.
Why'd you keep hiring great coordinators and usurping their power?
That's a great question.
Hey,
That's a
James,
great question.
James, does it feel like to come to a city that's got a real airport?
Nice. Got him.
Hey, you can fly in and out of state college. I wouldn't recommend it, but you
Legally,
can.
it is possible.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you ever done it before? It's like, whoof. You come
I've
over
not
that
flown
mountain.
in there,
and
but I have flown out of there before.
okay, and it's like, whoof. Yeah,
Yeah,
you got to
it's
get out of
wild.
there, boy. If
Yeah.
the wind is blowing whatever direction that you have to go over, like Beaver Mountain or whatever, Mount Nittany, that's not good. You
Bad
don't want to do
times.
that. That's not good. I'd rather drive 3 hours from Pittsburgh or whatever than to risk going over that hill. So, is there still baseball going on? Has the World Series ended yet?
No, it has not ended. We're in the American League and National League Championship Series.
Championship
Right now,
series,
it's
huh?
3-3 in the fifth between Seattle and Toronto in Game 2.
The Mariners are in the championship series.
The
That's why you
Mariners-
have that hat on.
Go Mariners.
Oh, wow. Congratulations to Seattle.
Ask him to name the starting lineup for the Mariners.
Okay, I can't do every player.
I can't even name any of the managers. Like, I have no idea who the manager is. Is the manager still Service's brother?
Nope.
No, it was
I mean, uncle
Service's
or-
nephew. It was his nephew. Yeah,
Not
nephew.
Scott
No,
anymore.
he got
Scott Service?
canned after last year.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay. Well-
Mariners being a crass franchise that they are, canned the great Scott Service.
Wait, don't you want your Cubs to can your manager?
No, I just don't like my.
Oh, you want them
cardboard
to
cutout.
murder him?
No.
Oh.
I just wish they'd prop him up in the corner like you do with a cardboard cutout.
Is that second baseman guy still managing you guys? The Cubs?
What? Second
The
base?
second baseman guy, yeah. Do you have a second baseman that used to coach the Cubs? Manage the
No,
Cubs?
the catcher.
It was the catcher. It was
Girardi did, right? Girardi.
No, well,
Who's managing the Yankees?
That was a long time ago.
Who's managing the Yankees?
Aaron Boone.
Second baseman.
Oh, well, you were asking about the Yankees. I
don't know. I don't know any of them, so I was just trying to throw numbers out there. I have no idea who any of them are. But congratulations to the Seattle Mariners or the Pilots or whatever they call them these days.
Go Mariners.
No, the Pilots, who are now the Brewers, they're playing in the National.
The Brewers are in the National League now. Are they in the finals too?
They are.
I
They,
just
they
said
beat the
you're playing the
Cubs.
Dodgers.
They beat the Cubs.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. The Dodgers have so much money. It's ridiculous.
They do.
How much money?
Well, at least
I
he
bet
knows
Damon's
that.
excited. I bet
This
Damon's
is so
excited.
fun. Michael learns about baseball.
Michael learns
about it. Who's managing the Dodgers now? Is still that black guy still there? with the
Yes,
wristbands.
it's still Dave Roberts.
Still
Yeah.
Dusty. Oh, I
Dave
was thinking
Roberts.
Dusty.
No,
It's not Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker was not the manager of the Dodgers. He played.
He
for the
wasn't. He
Dodgers.
played for him. No, he played
He
center
played
field.
for him, but he never managed them. He was the
Oh, I thought he
Giants
did.
manager, and then the Cubs manager. And
Well,
then,
hey, San Francisco's pretty close to LA. I was pretty close on that.
sure. Just like
in the
Dave
same
Roberts,
state.
right? Dave Roberts is the guy who did the bunt thing for the Red Sox. to
He
come back
stole
against the
second.
Yankees.
He stole second base against Mariano
Mike
Rivera.
knows a lot about baseball.
That I remember. Yeah,
Mike
that was
knows a lot about baseball.
Yeah.
Michael's going to
Congratulations
join
to all
us
you
tomorrow
baseball
for the Mike Farron segment.
Oh, that'll be great.
No, God, no. I listen to almost every segment. I don't listen to that dude from Kansas City, and I don't listen to Mike Farron. Now, I love Mike Farron, but I'm not listening to him. Yeah, not listening to those two people. Not happening ever. Good job by the Kansas City Chiefs to not, to stay from going under, even more under 500.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them. Did the Rams win this week? I know. I saw it. I was playing.
He's a football fan. He knows the
I
answer.
watched
to
it.
that.
I watched it.
They didn't win by enough. but
Yeah, I
they-
know. I know. That game too is another one. You're like, come on, what is happening here?
Oh,
why are these calls? Did you see any of the Saints calls? Did you see the pass interference call?
That
took
was
off- took a
terrible.
touchdown off the board.
Terrible.
We're looking around, going, what did I miss? And apparently, I'm not really cheering for the Saints. I was kind of hoping for the other direction. So I was like, good call, Blue. What are you doing there? Good job. That was a horrible call, and it happened twice. It
Yeah,
happened
NFL
twice.
refs are not having a good year.
No,
Either
Not
that
having-
or they are having a good year.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I'm
All right,
just
we got to
saying.
run. Nick's getting
All right,
nervous.
see you guys.
Bye,
Bye,
There he is,
Michael.
Michael
Bye-bye,
Severe, ladies
bye-bye,
and gentlemen.
everybody. See you
We'll be
later.
back after this. 1620 The Zone.
Gums!
I told you, John. I told you.
Nick
I
had
know
the
ball.
tingle, and Nick was right.
The Blue Jays are falling apart.
Oh, they just have to dig back out of a 3-run deficit again. They've done it before. They can do it again.
We're going to start calling them the Blue
Some of us,
Jays.
some of us don't hate our neighbors to the north like
This
you
is
do.
such a weird bit.
They're our neighbors to the north.
Speaking of weird bits,
There's nothing weird about this. We have I wanted a more scientific way. You know, we've gotten into the computer age here.
1620 the analytics. Stay tuned for Thursday's
using the
Grum.
K-Ford and all the analytics and stuff. And I want to do the same thing with the Matt Rhule Penn State situation.
Okay, perfect.
And so I went downstairs. We got a lot of old stuff downstairs from back in the day.
Who did you steal a microphone?
And I found the computer that Hot Scott used to use on Sweet 98 when he would play Oregon Trail during commercial breaks.
Was this the guy who came in and did that weird unsportsmanlike conduct that one time with like Rocket Man or whatever his name was?
No, this is
it's like the worst show ever, Nick. People still talk about
it. This is like late 70s, early 80s Sweet 98. Anyway, I found Hot Scott's old computer and I've reprogrammed it.
Okay.
And it is the
Oh wow. Did it make the graphic too?
Yep.
They did a great job.
They did a great job.
Uh-huh.
The Rhuletron 6900
nice.
from 1620 the computer.
Excellent graphic.
This was the first edition of PowerPoint, so you can understand why it's a little wobbly.
I guess I understand.
So I want to use this from here on forward instead of us just giving our takes. Oh, I think he's gone. Oh, I think he's going to stay. I think we need to do this scientifically and analytically.
Okay.
So let's see if we can fire up Rhuletron 6900 from 1620 the computer.
All right, 1 sec. Let me get this cobweb off the power button.
And ask it, what percentage chance do we have of Matt Rhule leaving? Wow.
You can tell it's working hard.
Whoa.
Wow, it ends with the phone ringing.
Oh,
25%.
25%,
Wow.
according to the current projection from Rhuletron 6900 from 1620 the computer.
You'll take that, Rice? 25%?
Thank you, old tech.
25%. How nice.
Would you take that? Is that a good number?
Yeah, right now I would. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, perfect.
So there you go. So
thank you, Rhuletron 6900.
we'll put that away for now and refer back to it when needed.
Okay.
Right?
Which will be what, every minute of every day? I can't believe we've only done this once today. I thought we would have done it 4 times by now.
Well, as you have told us, we have a long way to go.
It's
we
also
do.
And this is an old computer. It hasn't been used in 40 years.
Plug it back in and blow it.
Yeah, we don't want to. We don't
blow
wanna
it.
We don't want it to blow.
the Rhuletron took like 2 hours just to start up.
Okay, 25%. Interesting. That's an interesting number.
All right. I mean, you can just hit the.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike. I don't think it's the Blue Jays that are falling apart. I think it's Nick.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content that's
By the way, Polanco hit a 3-run dong, and the Mariners are up 6-3 in the top of the 5th.
Does Polanco have a first name?
Jorge Polanco. Is this what you're doing now? You're just going to quiz me on things?
Well, I want to make sure you're. I just don't want you to turn.
Who's your
into a-
backup left guard, John?
It's bad enough. It's bad enough that you root for the biggest bandwagon franchise in the history of sports.
Yeah, and what has that gotten me?
I don't want you to
This
be
was my
accused.
first favorite team.
I don't want you to be accused of being a front runner.
This
who
was
who just gloms onto teams when
Goms,
they're
no, it's
good.
Goms, John. This was my first favorite baseball team when I was but a young pup. Ken Griffey Jr. in his backwards hat.
I didn't.
I was a fan of Ichiro in 2001. Remember 2001?
Oh, so you're a weeb, like
no,
Nick.
no, I just like the Mariners.
Weeby Josh.
Nick, would you ask us some freaking questions?
I want to, but you two haven't shut the hell up about Matt Rhule and Penn State. I'll show. Oh, where's he gonna go? Oh, will he? Won't he?
No lie detected there.
Give me some reaction from something else that happened in the sports world over this weekend. Anything. Texas over OU, Indiana over Oregon, maybe. What about the baseball? or even the NFL. The world is your oyster. Just stop talking about this.
I got a couple things for you, John. First of all, I said that the line was weird with the Texas-Oklahoma game all week long, and it was weird, and I'm mad at myself for not picking Texas. Also, really dumb to bring back John Mateer because he was, of course, going to be limited. Why didn't we see this coming? Also, Indiana is really, really good. I'm with Michael. They're the third best team in the country, and that was a super impressive victory. Let's see. Georgia, what the hell? Did you see the time when Kirby Smart called a timeout and the refs were like, no, he didn't, because then he lied. He said, I was clapping.
He lied like a dog.
Why do people always say dogs lie? I feel like a dog is easy to spot.
Because they lay down.
But they make a mistake and I thought it was lying, like lie.
That was like when a dog wants you to pet their tummy.
I don't care. That
Touch
was
my belly, Josh.
That was ridiculous.
That was whack.
I would fine Kirby Smart for that.
You should. He lied.
Kirby
He literally lied. He said, no, I was clapping. And then
even though you could see him say,
so good by ABC to have that replay ready to go. And Sean McDonough was like, yeah, no, he's not clapping. He's calling a timeout. Yeah. Kirby, you lie. Yeah. And that's what people who wear visors do.
Hey.
They're untrustworthy. They're untrustworthy. Never trust a person wearing a visor.
Wow.
The TV networks in the Big Ten have announced that the Nebraska-Northwestern game is on a 6-day hold.
Sad.
That means we don't find out until next Sunday when the game will actually be played. It could be in any of the current TV windows. Where do you think it ends up?
Matt Sarsniak, who follows these things and nerds out about these things.
Where did he predict? Because I have a prediction.
Well, okay, so there's 3 games, including Northwestern Nebraska, which could end up in any of the time
I was going to say
slots.
all the spots are open except for like midnight.
There are 2 spots open at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Of course, one of them is Big Fox, so
it ain't going to be that.
It ain't going to be that. There's 3 spots open at 2:30, including the CBS spot. There's a spot open at 6 p.m., which is FS1, and the 6:30 spot, which is open, of course, for NBC. It's not going to be that. I'm going to say this only to keep Josh Odson sane. 11 a.m. FS1.
My prediction is 11 a.m. Could it be on Peacock, or is that not available?
It's not available according to SARS. It's
Okay.
either on Fox or FS1 at 11 a.m.
Okay, yeah. My guess is it's going to be 11 a.m. on FS1, but you're right. Part of it is because I want Odson to be okay. If it's at 2:30, that's bad. It's bad for the post-game show because it would go up against Creighton. Would you? Yeah. What does that mean for the pregame show?
Oh, I'm fine.
You'll be fine.
The only way I'm not fine for the pregame show is if it's a night game.
Never mind. My prediction is it's a night game because the good Lord wants us to all suffer. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got to watch Northwestern.
No, I can't wait for that game. Northwestern's good.
Who have they beaten?
They beat Penn State.
Who have they beaten?
They beat UCLA, who's also a wagon now.
Who have they beaten?
Well, I bet they won't beat Penn State next year with their new head coach.
Probably not. Matt Rhule, you mean?
But the firings aren't just limited to college football. Brian Callahan, son of Bill, and the Tennessee Titans head coach is no longer the Tennessee Titans head coach. What are your favorite memories of the Brian Callahan era at Tennessee?
Cam Ward saying we ass, but that was like a week and a half ago. But that was really funny when he just said we're ass because they are and were and will forever be ass.
Yeah, but those really cool touchdowns.
That's the other thing. Yes, the touchdown against the Rams. Will you now acknowledge that was a great?
No, that was still a dumb play.
Triggered.
That is still a dumb play. Obviously,
You're
the greatest
dumb.
memory is last Saturday or last Sunday when the Cardinals dropped the ball inexplicably
what a
before
moment.
crossing the goal line, and then the Titans came back and won.
What a moment in time.
We'll always have that memory, Brian Callahan.
The big...
Sorry, there was a really cool play, Nick. It would be a web gem back in the day on Baseball Tonight.
Speaking of baseball.
Oh.
And the Mariners.
Oh.
The big dumper hit a home run. The Blue Jays got just 1 hit after their leadoff home run. Game 2 happening right now.
Mariners are up 6-3.
Dodgers Brewers game 1 is tonight. There's no question. I just wanted to talk about it.
Okay, interesting, Nick. Don't know why you did that. The game on Friday was a classic. I still cannot believe, and I'm going to ask Farron about this tomorrow, and he's probably going to call me an idiot. I cannot believe they pulled Scooble when they did. I thought that was the dumbest crap that I've ever seen. I love analytics. I use them every day. Pulling a guy who doesn't even have 100 pitches yet after the 6th inning, and now, congratulations, his arm is going to be very well rested for the season opener in April.
Yep.
I don't I don't understand it sometimes. You are too reliant on math. That guy was throwing a gem. He struck out at one point 7 consecutive Mariners, and now his season is over. I hope that loss haunts that franchise for the rest of their time.
Can't disagree. And I will not miss the 2025 Chicago Cubs offense.
Yeah, you definitely won't.
They were bad.
It's bad. And Frost is a Cubs fan.
Finally.
Oh, wow.
My QB had some interesting things to say on Sunday. Following Miami's 29-27 loss to the Chargers, Tua said this: "We have guys showing up to players-only meetings late. Guys not showing up to players-only meetings." How cooked are the Dolphins?
Aren't you one of the leaders, Tua?
It should be.
Tough look.
If you are, you should be the one holding these players who are showing up late or not showing up at all accountable. This is a broken franchise.
I was talking with Odson about this earlier, and he said that Tua said a lot more about himself than the team when he said that statement.
Oh, absolutely, he did.
It's a good take by Odson. Yeah, that was tough. That was tough, especially because they had a lead late. They had a chance to win, and then Justin Herbert led the Chargers.
And then they
Tua
blew it.
Tag Ovalia.
Not great. Not great.
I'm sad.
We'll wrap up with dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
We had delicious homemade pizzas yesterday in our pizza maker, which is so cool because that thing, cook a pizza in like 5 minutes.
Pizza.
It's really cool. And then I even had a couple of pieces left over for lunch today. It was delicious.
What's for dinner?
I don't know.
Mm.
I even had dinner during Big Red Overreaction. We had some stuffed pork chop, so I was eating during the break.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Stuffed pork chop. Fascinating.
That sounds good.
Enchiladas tonight. And I think I'm going to have
I'm not saying anything.
You better not say a word, John.
I'm not saying anything.
Think I
Oh
might
my God, I can't believe he's gone.
I think maybe we'll make a jalapeno margarita as well.
Nice. Don't know.
All right, great segment as always, boys. Kent writes, Popeyes spicy tendies. I'm buying Matt Popeyes and myself Popeyes on Friday. I can't wait. We're going to be here watching the game together like a couple of
So
dudes.
you're putting in the order on Wednesday?
That is a shrewd move.
What?
Because you're still going to be waiting for those things, and Matt's going to have to do the whole overreaction.
Look at you guys. You guys are both so funny. You
But
guys
it's
are
true.
hilarious.
It's so
it's
true.
not. How was that line? Remember the last time we went to Popeyes together, John? The day
Yeah, and
and
I've
it
always,
took 3 minutes.
I've always wondered what happened to that nice lady.
She's still probably there. I'll
no,
say hi to her
I mean,
on Friday.
She's probably in a witness protection program.
Wrong.
Because I guarantee you the Popeyes executives got on the phone and said, this woman is too nice and too good at her job.
No
She should not
way.
be working here. Get her out of here.
Wrong.
I will never forgive them for that time I got a sandwich at like 8 p.m. and they had me pull to a parking spot and then they forgot about me to the point where I had to walk in and be like, hey.
Probably because of
where's
your
my sandwich?
attitude, Nick. They can tell.
Yeah, my attitude. He ordered a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, but he had
and they can't even execute that.
Get me a chicken sandwich. That's probably what Nick said.
That's not at all
I know
what
how
I
Nick.
sounded like.
I know how Nick speaks to people, service people. He doesn't speak to them very well.
I say thank you for your service.
These people are like the soup Nazis.
Nice.
You don't order it a certain way, they don't give it to you.
Nah, they're great people. By the way, the Rogers Center is so cool. Isn't it like a mall as well?
No, it's there's the hotel out
Okay.
there, or at
It's
least there
so
used to be. I don't know if
Is
it's still
that a
way.
hot take? Because I thought people liked their old stadium a lot better.
Whose old stadium?
This stadium's 30 years old.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where'd the Blue Jays play before this one?
It was a place called Exhibition Stadium. It was very odd because it was a football stadium, but it was a Canadian football stadium.
Oh! He just hurt himself.
Google Exhibition Stadium in Toronto,
That's a triple.
and you'll see what I mean.
Baby, a triple.
It was.
So what's Nick saying, that people don't like this one?
No, I thought people liked the old one more, but I think
No.
I'm gonna get
The
confused.
old one was goofy, and
Oh yeah, that stadium is ugly as hell.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what stadium Nick's talking about. Yankee Stadium?
No.
Okay.
I'm thinking of the Vikings.
Tomorrow, Josh is going to be able to scratch his itch talking baseball with Farron.
I can't wait to
Finally.
yell at him about Scooble.
Brunts and sip, and we'll find out if Rhuleton 6900 by 1620 the computer has any updates.
I can't
on
wait.
the probabilities that Matt Rhule leaves Nebraska.
It'll be fascinating.
Until then, enjoy your Monday night.